Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of java and let's dive in.
Jim, you need to worry about yourself, babe, okay? We're gonna share breakfast. I'm working. You eat, and then I'm having problems. Well, hello, guys. We've had some technical issues this morning. I'm glad to see we're live over here. We tried to go live on a separate live to separate the two trials, but it just wasn't working. So we are live here. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. We're going to watch the Jose Soto-Escalera trial sentencing, and then we will get into the Brandon Isabel trial. So so some of you may have heard, may not have heard, we've had breaking news, and that breaking news this morning is at a ICE or Homeland Security facility in Dallas, Texas. Apparently there was a possible sniper. 3 people have been critically wounded, and the person who was doing the sniping has self-harmed and is no longer alive. So we are keeping an eye on that breaking news. We are having some jury issues in this trial this morning. So Angela, go ahead and let's play the beautiful bean footage while I eat breakfast.
We're also trying to get the Zoom to work on the courtroom, but that'll be working when we need it. Mr. Burns wanted to address some scheduling issues, though, which we have an opportunity to do that now since we're not ready with the jury.
Yes, Your Honor, I have run into some difficulties. I mean the defense, have lost roughly 2/3 or thereabout of our anticipated penalty phase witnesses. This is due to the public nature of the trial and the attendant social media yammering about it. I have many witnesses who have been contacting me since the verdict saying I can't do it. People are saying things already. I'm going to get mean comments. I'm going to get trouble at work. People are going to look at me crosswise. And with subpoenas and bringing them in here in this circumstance where I'm begging for a man's life, I can't have witnesses shooting daggers at me 90% of the time and spending the other 10% of the time glaring at Jose. Don't want to be here. I cannot use them. Is the practical nature of it. So my plans have been quite upset the last few days, but I'm going to have to work with what I have. What I have at this point is a prison expert who is available to testify remotely this afternoon beginning at 1 o'clock. He's available at any time from 1 to 5. I have a lady who knows Mr. Soto-Escalera in previous years. She, I think, can come and testify in person this afternoon. That is all I have ready for this afternoon. I do have, I believe, 4 of Mr. Soto-Escalera's family members flying down from Connecticut. I thought that they were getting on a very early flight this morning. It turns out they're not leaving from LaGuardia until 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will not have a chance to interview them and find out exactly what they are going to say and whether it will be contradictory to other people in the family as to what they have to say. There is some difference in perception between older members of the family and youngers. And so I'm not sure who of the four, maybe all, maybe one, maybe two, that I will end up using. Mr. Richardson, of course, has expressed an interest in deposing these witnesses beforehand. So I'm not sure what exactly I'm suggesting there, but it's going to be a late night for me and Ms. Minton. These witnesses would presumably be available to testify tomorrow. Take the court right now.
And Judge, can we just approach for a bench conference, because I don't want the rest of this that I need.
Miss Angela, can you zoom by any chance? Just curious.
And y'all are aware of what is involved with travel. So therefore, what's going to happen this morning, we're going to have some very brief testimony this morning. We're going to break. We're going to start this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We're going to have some testimony this afternoon, come back tomorrow morning, have some testimony in the morning, and then the goal would be to submit the case to you with arguments and instructions on the law in the afternoon where the case is submitted to you. The reason I'm telling you that is I anticipate some of these breaks could be significant beyond what we would normally have done during the guilt phase. So just want you to be prepared for that, and also not to concern yourself with it, just to be patient. But I think it'll help you being anticipation if you know the grand scheme as far as when the case will be submitted to you, which is tomorrow. So tomorrow afternoon, that's the schedule. Defendant guilty of one count of first-degree murder of Tanya Wise and one count of first-degree murder of her unborn child. Determine the appropriate penalty as to these crimes. The penalty for each of these crimes is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how this proceeding will be conducted. The attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe is trial. As you know, what the lawyers say during opening statements is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendant may present evidence. Witnesses may be called to testify. If so, they will be examined and may be cross-examined by the attorneys. Exhibits also may be produced as evidence. This evidence, along with the evidence that you heard during the guilt phase of this trial, is presented for you to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the alleged aggravating factors. If so, you must weigh whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the aggravating factors outweigh any mitigating circumstances the defendant proves by the greater weight of the evidence. Finally, you will decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after argument of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide your deliberations. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving in gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must unanimously agree that an aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your sentencing decision. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in this case as to both victims are: 1, as to both victims, that the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. This is based on the conviction as to the victim involved in other count. As to both victims, the capital felony was committed for financial gain. That's number 2. Number 3, as to both victims, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The term cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. The term calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, in order for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of more justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. And aggravating factor number 4 relates only to count 2 as the victim of the capital felony. Once the state has presented evidence of the existence of aggravating factors, victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is uniqueness as a community by the victim's death. However, victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor. Mitigating circumstances. A mitigating circumstance can be anything that might be appropriate for the defendant. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, any offense that may indicate the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Proven is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but must be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will begin your deliberations. You should not form any definite or evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Once again, until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else by any means whatsoever. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The same rules and procedures regarding your possession and use of cell phones apply to this phase of the trial as well. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room, and you cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices other than those that we would provide to you as we did in the guilt phase. Once again, you must not conduct any investigation of your own. The same rules continue to apply. Just as in the guilt phase of this case, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to determine factor or an appropriate sentence, and the fact that the defending decision in any manner whatsoever. We now begin with the opening statements of the attorneys, and the state may proceed with its opening statement.
Morning, everyone. All right, so as you've already found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder of Tanya Wise and first-degree murder of what would be her second son, the defendant's fifth child, Josiah Wise. And as the judge just explained to you, all of the evidence that was introduced during the guilt phase applies in the penalty phase. Testimony, that all applies in this case. And if you need to bring it, it'll go back with you again if you need it. So what is the first step that we talked about? And this goes back to jury selection. The state has to prove each of the aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. And what you'll see when you go back and you think about the evidence that from the guilt phase applies to this case is that has all been proven. Each one of those have been proven by beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge talked to you about 4 different factors. 3 of them apply to both victims. And when we talk about both counts are independent. The defendant can get a death sentence on both counts. He can get a death sentence on one or the other. He can get death for first-degree murder of an unborn child, or he can get the death sentence on just Tanya Wise. He can get life on both counts. That's your decision. Each and every one of those aggravating factors has already been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And when you use your common sense, it's pretty clear. Because what's the first one? Both of the murders you've already found him guilty of. That's what that factor is. It's been proven you've already found him guilty of murders at the same time of both the victims. That factor's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What's the next one? Financial gain. How has that been proven? He told us in the garbage truck, I'm going to lose everything. I'm going to lose it. He needs to stop this before he has another child. It's going to ruin his marriage. It's going to cost him money. There's a potential for there to be a separation. He's got a new child to take care of. He wanted to eliminate the possibility of his wife finding out in the existence of him having another child. He did this for a financial gain. He tells Eric Alvarado days and times over and over again, what is his situation? It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You use your common sense. You think about this. The victim was less than 12. We know the gestational age of the baby. She was 8 months pregnant. Once again, the evidence that's already been presented in this case proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. So when you go back there, the first step should be it was done in a cold and calculated and premeditated. And the judge, he defined those to you. Cold is a cool, calm reflection. Let's go back to the garbage truck video. He planned this out for days, over and over again. He drives around in his garbage truck discussing, should I do it this way? Should I blow her brains out? Should I choke her? Would it be easier to get it done with one blow and be done with this? They look at many different spots of where he's going to dump the body. Is anyone going to find her out here? He thinks about what her life is like. No one's going to be looking for her. He talks about how he's going to lure her out there. It's all been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Any one of the 4 aggravating factors in and of itself can justify the death penalty if you go through the whole process and you follow the laws instructed by the judge. All 4 of them can, but each one is independent of itself. And the first step is, do you find that there are aggravating factors? And the evidence shows yes, all 4 of them are there. Now, do those aggravating factors justify the death penalty? Yes. I encourage you to do. And back
And the defense is going to push make an opening statement at this time, Mr. Burke.
The jury. I have waited long to address you, but more about that this can prove that to you. So I think you probably will have an aggravator in your pocket. And I think regarding autopsy photos so much to me like a newborn baby, I think you're certainly going to find that he is under the age of 12. And this is the opportunity where I will tell you what the mitigators will be and what my witness will be. What about it, but I don't know. Many of my witnesses have melted away. They won't be here. Victims of their own moral cowardice, in my opinion. I could compel their appearance by subpoena, but I'm here to beg for a man's life, and I don't want people in the witness chair who don't want to help me do that. So I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen beyond this afternoon. An expert in prisons, in the Florida prison system. He's worked in Florida, he's worked in other states, and he will tell you about the prison system and how Jose will fit into it. If you do vote to condemn him to death, I think your knowledge and common sense tells you that he will exist as a prisoner for years until that happens. And if you should vote for life without possibility of parole, then he will exist in prison forever and ever. And Real Benasco will tell you how that might be, so that you have a fuller picture. A long time ago, knew him well, knew him intimately. She will come in and testify. She, at least, is not afraid of what people on social media might say about her. She will come in difficult circumstances and tell you a little bit more about Jose. That's all I have for this afternoon. The judge mentioned travel problems. That's my witnesses. We have a problem wrangling them and getting them here from Connecticut. I do expect that we are going to have some of Jose's family members arrive this afternoon in Palm Beach. We will speak to them this evening. The state will have a chance, or maybe all 4 of them tomorrow. I'm not sure how many are actually going to get on the plane. And so I don't want to leave you in a mystery. I wish I could tell you who's going to be here and what they're going to say, but you and I will learn together probably. But the thrust of the matter is that you will have plenty of mitigators to consider. And because I am missing witnesses, will probably alter and enlarge some portions of my intended argument that will be addressing what it might mean to you and how you will make your moral decision, as you have learned in jury selection. It's your own personal moral decision. So here's some witnesses for the defense this afternoon. I think you will hear from some of Jose's family members tomorrow. And then I think you're going to be making your decision or retiring to deliberate about it at some point tomorrow. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. And the state may proceed with its case.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida call Elizabeth Bedolla.
Raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Over that with you, understand?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You testified before, but go ahead and state your name for the with Tanya Wise.
Tanya was my daughter.
Okay. And did you prepare a written victim impact statement?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as court's exhibit number 1. You recognize this statement?
Yes.
Is that the statement that you prepared for the jury today?
Yes.
Okay. When you feel like you're ready, please go ahead and read that statement to the jury.
My name is Elizabeth Pedola, and I am the mother of Tanya E. Weiss and the grandmother of her unborn son, Josiah Thomas Weiss. I am how death has forever changed my life and my family's life. Tanya was lovable, caring, a devoted mother. She had a beautiful soul and was always willing to help and take care of her family. She enjoyed being a mother more than anything in the world. She loved spending time with her son Jamar, playing with him, cheering for him in all his events, and making sure he always felt like being a mother again. She always spoke about giving birth and how great of a mother she would be once more. She had so many dreams for Jamar and Josiah, dreams of raising them, guiding them, creating happy life together. Those dreams were stolen from her, from us, from the child who will never have a chance to grow up with his loving mother. Every memory with Tanya was special. I clearly remember the last time we were together as a family. Her stepdad, her son, Tanya, and I went to the beach. We had so much fun. It was one of the happiest days we had together, and I will cherish it forever. Another beautiful moment that I remember was her baby shower, surrounded by family, celebrating new life that we were waiting for to welcome. Those were the last 2 times we had with Tanya. That were memories I will hold on in my heart for the rest of my life. The emotional impact of losing my Tanya and Josiah is unbearable. I cannot sleep at night. When I do, the nightmares are horrific. Birthdays, holidays, and even simple dinners bring so much emptiness, loneliness, and pain because she's not there. I'm unable to function properly at work or in my daily life. I miss her so much. My baby girl. She was my baby girl. My only girl. And losing her has broke me in many ways. The grief is overwhelming. I live in constant pain, not only in my body, but also in my heart. A heart that never goes away. Pain never goes away. I'm angry. I'm angry because I don't have Tanya and Josiah here with me to love and joy and share my life with every day. They should have been here. Instead, I'm left with grief, sadness, and memories. That anger is part of my pain, and it will never leave me. I still have problems accepting that she's gone. I catch myself thinking that she will be here with us tomorrow, and that I hear her voice or see her smile. That reality is crushing, and it's something that I struggle with for the rest of my life. Her son, Jamar, who was only 8 years old at the time of her mother's murder, misses his mom every single day. The sadness and the trauma that this has caused him is something no child should ever have to carry. Jamar struggled with the loss deeply, and it breaks my heart to see him growing up without his mother's love, guidance, and presence in his life. Our house was one full of laughter and energy, and it's now quiet. Tanya was the life of our home, with her smile, her joy, and the way she played all around with Jamar. Now the light is gone, and our home feels dark and empty without her. The pain is not mine alone. Tanya's stepfather, her son, brothers, grandparents, and uncle, and cousins are all suffering as well. Many of us are battling depression, trauma, PTSD because of this tragedy. Our entire family has shattered, and the weight of the grief follows us every single day. The stress of losing Tanya and Josiah has also affected my health. I have heart condition. It has grown worse because of the grief and the stress I carry every day. The strategy has taken serious toll on my body, broken, and has also broken my significant emotional impact of our son Jamar. I grapples daily with the loss of Tanya, his mother. I wonder how the future will be. And I wonder how Jamar will grow up without his Tanya. And how our family will find a way to live with this emptiness. Nothing feels certain anymore without her. The future we imagine is gone. And we're left trying to survive in a world that feels hopeless and broken. Tanya has already missed so much, and she will continue to miss every important milestone in Jamar's life. She will not be there for his accomplishments, his graduation, even his wedding day one day. She will never get a chance to hold her. Have been hers as a mother, but they have been stolen from her and from all of us. Nothing can bring Tanya and Josiah back. The future we dreamed of, the milestones, the celebrations, the simple everyday moments have been stolen from us. I will never see my daughter raise her children. I will never see my daughter raise her children. And I will never get to hold my grandson. And it has changed me and my family forever. The terrible pain and devastating impact this crime has had on me and my family, but most importantly, my grandson, who will now become into a life without a mother, is simply unfathomable. We will live with this grief for the rest of our life. What happened to my Tanya and Josiah will affect me forever. And I don't know how to live without her. will carry this pain every single day of my life. Nothing will ever take away this grief, the anger, and the emptiness that her loss has left me behind. In the end,
Ma'am, I want to show you what has been marked as court exhibit, photo composites, court exhibit number 1. Are these 30 photographs of Tanya that show her throughout her life?
yeah. Yes,
Okay. And do all these photos show Tanya at various stages of her life?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Any objection to introducing the item and publishing it?
Y'all, this is painful. Y'all take care of yourselves. If y'all struggle with this, take a moment, step aside. Self-care is important.
You may step down. And the state's
Florida called Tracy Hamill.
let's see. Hold on.
Does she need to be sworn?
I don't know what your, I don't know who the witness is or what your plan is. So I'm not, she would not be sworn at this time. She's going to simply be reading a statement of another person. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's not sworn testimony. She can simply read the document.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Tracy Hamill, H-A-M-E, State Attorney's Office.
Okay, and as part of your duties as a victim's advocate, do you sometimes read prepared statements you say for themselves?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as court's exhibit number 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
This is Lenora Bedola's victim impact statement.
Can you go ahead and please read that to me?
Yes. My name is Lenora Bedola. As my family and the loss we have all suffered since Tanya and her unborn child Josiah were taken from us. Tanya was a loving mother, a hard-working woman, and a bright light in all of our lives. She had an incredible sense of humor that made everyone around her feel at ease. She was so smart and resourceful, always looking out for others and putting them first. But above all, Tanya was my safe person. She was the one that I could confide in, the one who always knew how to make me laugh or comfort me when I was struggling. I told her everything, my joys, my worries, my fears. Not being able to speak to her anymore has left a hole in my heart that nothing can fill. Since her death, I have cried every day. I wake up with the ache of her absence, knowing that my kids will never get to spend time with their TT Tiny. We won't be able to go to the beach together again or share simple moments like going to the mall or eating out with our kids. I moved to Florida for the summer just to be closer to her, hoping we could make more memories. And now I'm left with the empty space she once filled so effortlessly. The pain of her is unbearable. I miss the small things, the smell of her hair when she got out of the shower, her smile, and the warmth of her hugs. These are things I will never get to experience again, and it hurts more than I can express. Life is not the same without Tanya. It will never be the same. There is a constant weight of sadness in everything I do, and I feel lost without her by my side. She was a part of my everyday, and now that part is gone. This profound loss that has shattered our family. Tanya was not just a victim of this crime. She was a daughter, a mother, a sister, and a friend. Josiah, her unborn child, was a life we all looked forward to, and his loss is felt deeply. We are left behind with an emptiness that words can barely capture. I will carry the pain of losing Tanya with me for the rest of my life, but I will also carry the love she gave. She was taken from us far too soon, and nothing will ever fill the void she has left.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as court exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the victim impact statement. Yes. My name is Michael Revron, and I am the proud older brother of Tanya Wise. Tanya wasn't just my sister. She was one of the strongest, most caring people I've ever known wherever she went. Her laugh was loud, her smile was real, and she had a way of lighting up a room just by walking in. But beyond all the fun and energy, even though I was the older brother, Tanya always acted like she was my second mom. She looked out for me in ways I didn't always notice at the time, but I feel just to take me out to lunch. She would also come to my job just to spend time with me, sometimes staying for hours just to talk, laugh, and be together. She always offered support, encouragement, or simply a listening ear whenever I needed it. Some of my favorite memories are the simple ones. We used to go to the movies together, just me, Tanya, and my nephew, Jamar. We'd laugh, share snacks, and just enjoy being around each other. That was our birthdays and holidays still feel empty even after all these years without her laughter and presence. What used to be moments of joy are now constant reminders of what we have lost. Losing Tanya has left me broken in ways that are hard to write. I feel anger, sadness, and emptiness all at once. I feel like a part of me is missing. I struggle to focus and to move forward because so much of my strength and happiness came from her. Even as her older brother, she made me feel grounded. Some days I find myself grabbing my phone, trying to call her to tell her about my day. On top of the grief, I now live with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and nightmares because of what happened to her. I relive the pain over and over in my mind, and some nights I wake up shaking and crying. It has taken a serious toll on my mental health, my sleep, and my ability to function day to day. The future has been forever changed without Tanya. I think about all the milestones she will never get to experience. She will never see her nieces and nephews grow up or witness all the things they will accomplish. She will never meet her grandchild. She will miss the wedding we always joked I'd never have. I will never get to meet my unborn nephew or see all the great things he would have done. For me, I will never again have my sister, best friend to share memories with or to laugh with. Her absence leaves a void in my life that can never be filled. I hope that by sharing who Tanya was and how she lived, that the court understands the depth of loss. We're not just grieving her absence, we're grieving everything she would have continued to be: a loving mother, a joyful sister, a loyal friend, and a light in our lives. This isn't just about the life that was taken from Tanya and my unborn dad on me, my family, and all who. No words can fully capture the pain, emptiness, and grief we carry every day. Depth of our loss. The victim impact statement for Reyes. Father of Tanya Wise and the grandfather of her unborn son, Josiah Thomas Wise. I would like to talk about how much I miss them and how hard it is to live without them. Tanya was amazing, funny, helpful. She was a bundle of joy who loved to play around with her son. Everywhere she went, she would smile. She was always there giving a helping hand to the family. She touched everyone with her kindness. We had built a strong bond. I knew her dream and what she wanted to do with her life to support her. Her life was about her children and raising them. Losing her in this way has left me with a pain that never ends. I look forward to welcoming my grandson Josiah into the world, but of what he would be like today. Every time I see somebody else with a child, I imagine my beloved grandson and wonder about the things that could have been. I would have loved to watch Josiah take his first steps, play sports, and grow into a man. I will never hold him, play with him, or even spoil him, and he will never call grandpa. I am so hurt my life. I am raising Tanya's son Jamar, and I see how he suffers for his mother. This emptiness that my family and I can never be filled. I ask myself, why are Tanya and Josiah? We struggle to move forward every day. I remember going to the beach with my wife, Tanya, and her son Jamar. It was all about spending quality time together, and we all planned our future. Our conversation were all about family. I don't have this anymore. Beach as our family feels like we are not complete and are broken, and we are trying to piece it together to continue our next day. Our family is struggling to move forward while trying to honor their memory. Nothing will ever be the same. You're welcome.
And the people of the state of Florida call Johnny Reveron.
So if you raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Witness stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Johnny Reveron. Last name is Reveron.
Okay, and did you know Tanya Wise?
Yes.
Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the statement you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead and read that to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Johnny Reveron. I am Tanya's older brother. I stand before you today to speak not only for myself, but for my family and for Tanya's unborn child, who was never given a chance at life. The loss of my sister has devastated every part of my life. Tanya was not just my sister. She was my friend, a piece of my heart. She was carrying her child with such joy and anticipation. That child should be here with us, loved and cherished. But this life was taken before it even began. Just a month before this tragedy, Tanya and I spoke after she started working at the same company where I work. We talked about her excitement for this new chapter and how much she was looking forward to building her future. I never imagined that it would be one of the last meaningful conversations. Murder. My world has been turned upside down. I wake up every day with a heavy heart, knowing I may never hear Tanya's laugh, see her smile, or share the simple everyday moments are now filled with pain because Tanya and her baby should be here with us. This tragedy has not only caused unbearable emotional pain, it's left lasting scars on my family. I struggle with grief, anger, and unanswered questions. I have lost sleep. I have lost hope, and I will carry this pain for the rest of my life. Tanya and her baby deserve to live. They deserved a future full of love and opportunity. Instead, what remains is a permanent void in my heart and in my family's life. Thank you for allowing me to share on how much I miss my sister.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. People in the state of Florida.
Just raise your right hand and face the camera.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And for the witness.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name, please?
Jaritza Irizarry, Jaritza. Last name Irizarry.
Okay. And did you know Tanya Wise?
Yes, she was my niece.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as court exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the statement that you prepared to deliver to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, when you're ready.
Your Honor, my name is Jaritza Irizarry, and I am the aunt of Tanya. To me, she was more than a niece. She was like a daughter. Tanya was beautiful, loving young woman whose life was taken from us in the most painful and senseless way. Her death has left us a permanent hole in my heart and in the heart of my family. Tanya was a devoted mother. She loved her son Jamar with everything she had, and she was overjoyed to be pregnant with another baby Josiah. Not long before her murder, I hosted her baby shower. I could still picture that day, glowing with happiness, surrounded by her family, smiling as she opened gifts for her new baby. She was so full of hope for the future, so excited about raising her children, and so ready to begin a new chapter of her life. But that joy and that future were stolen from her, from Jamar, from all of us. Jamar has to grow up without his mother, and Josiah never even had the chance to take his first breath. Her loss has shattered our entire family. My sister, her mother, is broken. No parent should ever have to bury their child, and watching her live with this pain has been unbearable. Every holiday, every birthday, every family gathering feels incomplete without Tanya. There is always an empty chair and a silence where her laughter should be. For me, it's the everyday moment, the kids to the beach, going shopping, eating out, or just cooking her favorite meal. I miss sitting with her, talking and joking around. She had this way of making everything seem better. No matter what I was going through, at times I wanted to pick up the phone and call her to tell her everything, like what I always did. But now there is only a silence. Those ordinary times that once brought me comfort and happiness now feel heavy and empty without her. The pain of losing Tanya has affected me deeply, both emotionally and physically. I cry without warning. I struggle to focus to find joy in the things I once loved. I suffer from sleepless nightmares and anxiety. The grief sits in my body like a weight, leaving me exhausted and drained. A part of me died with her, and I will never be the same. The crime didn't just take one life, it took two, as before he ever had the chance to live. Jamar lost his mother. My sister lost her daughter, and I lost someone who was like my own child. Our family has been torn apart, and the pain we carry will never go away. Respectfully, Rizari.
Thank you, ma'am. And people will say, or call Jamar.
So if you can raise your right hand, please.
Hello, honey, 2800.
Morning.
Bedolla.
Okay. And what is your relationship to Tanya Watts?
She was my mother.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as court's exhibit number 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that the statement that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. When you're ready, can you go ahead and please read that to the jury?
Tanya Esther Wise, who was taken from us. My mother was the closest person to me, and she was like my best friend. Also, she was always there for me. I'm here to share a few to honor my mother and talk about how I was affected. Ever since that day, there's been many different. Ever since that day, there have been many different ways that I've been affected emotionally. For example, I've developed depression, sleeping problems, and anxiety. Losing her made me go faster than I should have. I used to hide my pain and try dealing with it on my own, and to protect myself from getting hurt more than I was. And I didn't like talking about what was wrong with me. Every day, I would think about how she won't be able to see what I've accomplished and what I will accomplish in the future. She's already missed some of my milestones that I've reached, and I think that she would have been proud of them. I wish that she could have met my first girlfriend and watched me perform in my musical performances for my school. I'm in marching band. My mom was also musically inclined. She played the clarinet, and I hope that she would be proud of who I've become. On that day, I've lost more than a mother. I also lost the chance to have my mother watch me grow, and I hope that she's proud of me for coming here and talking about how this has affected me. I choose to honor my mother because she was one of the most, if not the most important people who has been in my life.
Thank you. That will conclude the evidence from the state.
Members of the jury, that concludes the phase. As I mentioned, we're going to break at this time till 1 o'clock. Please remember the rules regarding communication. Don't discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. And please leave your notes on your chairs.
Andrea, let's go ahead and go to the other trial until 1 o'clock. I'll let you set that up, please.
Of course. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's like, who is it? There's so many round and round, yeah. Come on. How are you?
Yeah, I can't stand to look at him all. In all honesty, I can't. I just want to whack him. I can't. It's just so difficult to, if I was in the courtroom, it'd be hard. Hey, honey, how you doing? I'm still at the hospital with my friend. We are still here. We're waiting for news.
Is not trained that you for German. Further business with this court, y'all near give attention. You should be heard on just Carl and Addison besides the city no talking about cell phone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Apologies for the delay. Any housekeeping injury comes in. We're ready to go.
Only when I cough. Only when you cough, that's when it hurts. Okay. And from 0 to 10? Like 4?
The first witness, could we take a short recess, just for me to figure out how to connect to that?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Are we picking up on April 10th? Yes.
Okay. This is improvement, right? The breathing treatment? I don't believe so. I mean, so this one is just an albuterol and adjuvant one. This one, and the other one is a 3%. Usually not like 3%. The albuterol and ipratropium, it might just like have, like, some people have an inhaler with albuterol, so it might be something like that they have like as needed.
I have to tell you,
More we're doing is frequent while you're having.
Jury in the courtroom.
slept? I check on everything and I'm judging someone's face right now. Exactly what it was. Buckle up for a long day of work. We're gonna take a break. Please don't hesitate. Let us know if anyone is paying attention. So you need your glasses. Let's get our glasses. Do you mind if we start while we retrieve your glasses?
No, it's fine.
Thank you. State of Tennessee, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State House April Campbell.
Stand on the seal, face the judge, raise your right hand.
Morning. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to speak the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Yes, ma'am. Please have a seat. Watch your step. And speak up with the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You could state your name, if you could spell it for the benefit of the jury.
Campbell, yeah, Campbell.
All right, April, you're Danielle Ho's mother, is that right?
Yes.
Well, 2022, and a little before that. Do you remember that time?
Yes, I am.
28.
Mhm.
Do you remember where she was working?
At Veteran Express?
Veteran Express?
Yes.
Did you have any kids?
Yes. She had 2 kids, Jariah and Kennedy.
Okay. And back then, how old was Jariah?
Jariah was 9.
All right. And you said also Kennedy?
Yes.
So she's working at FedEx. Do you remember when, and I know you don't remember exact date, but when she started to see Brandon Isabel?
I don't remember the exact date. When I started hearing about him, it was like, I want to say maybe May of June of 21.
Okay. So early-ish in 21, at least when you found out about it.
Right. What is the purpose for this?
I'll move on, Judge. Can you identify Brandon Isabel in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us?
Right here.
No, he's standing up, so I guess she's identified.
Yeah.
All right, that's the guy she started dating?
Yes.
Did you approve of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can say if you approve of it or not, Judge. It's none of this. It's her feelings about the other relationship.
It's not relevant.
I think it is relevant.
Overruled.
Did you approve of her dating Brandon Isabel?
I can say, well, to be honest, no.
Okay.
After she told me about him, I just didn't like what she told me. I'm gonna just say that.
What did you learn about him?
That he was married.
Okay.
And I said, if he's married, how do you think he's gonna treat you? If he's not even treating his wife right, how is he gonna treat you right?
Okay. At some point during 2021, Danielle becomes pregnant, correct?
Right.
Do you remember when you learned about that?
I learned, I wanna say in June. June or July.
How did Danielle, well, what did you learn? What were her feelings about that? Or do you remember what she felt about her pregnancy?
She was excited about Kennedy. She sent me a picture of her ultrasound saying, Mama, guess what they found? What they found? And she was like, they found a baby. I had to actually just look at the picture and see her name because I thought she was playing a joke on me. But she was really excited. Everybody was excited because we thought she wasn't going to have any more kids.
Was the whole family excited about it? And you have other sons and daughters, is that right?
Right.
How many do you have?
I had 9 total.
How many sons?
Got 5,
And
4 girls.
four girls? You know that. What do you remember about Brandon Isbell's involvement with Danielle during the course of the pregnancy?
It was minimal that I knew of. All I knew was my baby was going to work every day, coming home. We didn't really just talk about it. As long as she was happy and content, I was happy.
Was he coming by the house?
No.
To visit?
No.
I want to go to the 30th of January.
Right.
And we're in 2022 now, correct?
Right.
Do you remember that day?
Yeah, that day, it was just a normal day. We did a lot of running, as far as getting stuff last minute for the baby, a little shopping and stuff. And later on in the evening, she went into labor.
Is this late on January 30th?
Uh-huh. She went into labor, and she couldn't drive. She said she couldn't walk. It hurt to walk, so we had to call an ambulance. And I told her I wanted to go with her, but she said Brandon wanted to be there, so she chose Brandon to go. It was COVID back then. You know, only one person could be in a room with you. He got to see her born. I got a picture in a video phone call.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. You couldn't go up there because of COVID, and she wanted him there.
Right.
Tell us about the communication with your daughter while she was in hospital.
She just kept calling, asking what I was doing. Just showing the approach.
When Danielle was at the hospital, did she seem excited?
She did. She was happy. Got 3, 4 kids.
I told her she was. You can tell us that she communicated. What day is it? That day?
No,
Why not?
because she just kept calling and I wasn't gonna miss a call. I just wanted to see my grandbaby. Make sure she was good. And she was good at that time.
Okay. I want to take you now to a little fast forward. She brings Kennedy home at some point, correct?
It was me, just holding on, playing with her. We got a few pictures with her. Change her clothes. And then I had to, give her to somebody else because somebody else wanted it.
How long did you get to be with her? How long did you and your family get to be with Kennedy?
maybe an hour at the most, a little over an hour.
Just take your time, April.
But maybe we got her for about an hour, and she was gone.
April, if you need a little time, we can take a little time, okay?
I'm good.
You okay?
But I mean, everybody that was there got the whole of that night, and played with her for a minute.
Let me go back just a little bit, because I meant to ask you, what were you guys doing, you and your family, in sort of preparation for Kennedy? Were you guys gathering and buying things?
Yeah, we had been buying stuff since she actually found out she was a girl. The day she found out she was having a girl, we actually started getting everything. The next week, car seats, strollers, bassinets, playpens, beds, clothes, shoes, pampers. I mean, what all my daughter was getting, I was getting, friends were getting. She had, she has a lot of stuff. We still have her stuff.
So you guys are ready?
We were ready.
You said you had her for about an hour.
Right.
Why did she leave?
She told me,
What, did you learn anything about why she left?
yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am, yes, I'm rewording it. Sorry.
Yeah, she told me she was leaving.
Objection, Your Honor, for your side.
Did you,
Yes.
sort of story?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
She told me she was taking Kennedy.
Your Honor, objection, hearsay.
Wait.
Oh, okay. She was leaving to go see Brent.
Right.
Sustain the objection.
Sorry, but going.
To see Brandon.
What did you learn was the story that she gave you?
That she was taking Kennedy back to the hospital.
Okay, how did you feel about that?
I actually thought it was true because I had to do it before. Said he should have never been discharged. So I had to take him back. So I didn't know it was a story. Had I known, maybe things would have been different.
Okay, but you felt it was plausible.
Right.
All right. How did it go when Kennedy left? Do you remember, did one of your boys put her in the?
Yes, my son Cornelius took her to the car and strapped her in a car seat. And they left.
Is the car seat that she was in, is that the one that you guys bought her or that Daniel bought? Did y'all have her bundled up?
Yes.
A little bit? Was it cold up?
It was.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit again. She's gone for a while, correct?
Right.
Did she call you at some point?
No, I actually called her. I gave her like, I want to say an hour, almost two.
Okay.
And I called, I asked,
What did you learn about?
she said, I'm
Objection,
here.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Tell us what you learned about where she was.
She was,
I'm sorry.
she just told me she was getting Kennedy out the car. And she said, Mama calling you right back. But I dozed off. And she never called. A couple of hours later, a police was pulling in the yard. I thought it was Danielle. So me and my boys were getting up to go help her get the baby out the car. but it was the police, and they were asking me who drove a Chevy Cruze and where was she? And where she go? And they were like, okay, and I asked, but so I just started looking, because I started, at that time, I just panicked. I just started calling her phone, and I never got an answer. I know, I called her like, I just kept calling her phone, and I never got an answer. So the police came back a second time, and they asked me to describe my daughter. So I described it, and then they were like, we gotta go again. By that time, I just went to the precinct because we couldn't keep up with them. I went to the precinct on Rains. And when I got there, they locked me in the precinct.
Okay.
And
So at some point, did you tell police who she was supposed to be with?
yes,
Was that early on that you told them that? Or do you remember? And if you
it was when I was at the precinct, so that was like the last part. So yeah.
ask you, I'm going to show you a couple of photographs. And you said that you purchased some things for Kennedy, right?
Right.
And that y'all bundled up or whatever for the night before she. Right. Fast forward photograph, and the defense counsel seeing this one. And let me know if you recognize that photograph and what you recognize.
This is the hat I put on her that night before she left.
Okay. Did you buy that hat?
No. I think that was a gift from a coworker.
Okay. No, if I could have this marked as, I think it would be 14. And if we could publish.
Go ahead, please.
All right, April. Is this the hat that y'all put on Kennedy when she left to go see Brandon Isabel that night?
Yes.
The hat that was given to you by a coworker?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass forward another photograph. And I think the defense counsel's seen all of these.
This is her car seat.
Okay. Now, if we could have that marked as, is it 15? Now, if we could have a function that helps that.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. All right, April. Tell us what this is.
This is Kennedy's car seat.
The car seat that y'all put Kennedy in?
Yes.
When she went to meet Brandon Isabel that night?
Yes.
The last time you saw her was in this car seat?
Yes. Yes.
Pass forward.
This Kennedy.
Now, if we could have that marked as exhibit 16, please. We got permission to publish that photograph.
Go ahead, please.
This baby
Okay, was that from your house when she came to visit you?
No, that's from the hospital. She was still at the hospital when she took them.
And asked you to, when your son put her in the car seat. How was she doing?
She was fine. She was still.
And is that the last time that you saw her?
That was the last time we saw her.
Have you seen her since?
No.
Did y'all have a little memorial for her?
We did.
Show you one more picture, okay?
Right. This is my baby. This is Danielle.
I don't know if we can have that marked. This- 17. Look at Robert's this one, Jeff.
Go ahead, please.
All right.
That's Danielle. That's Danielle. Yeah.
How was Danielle when she left that night with baby Kennedy to go meet Brandon?
She had me get her mad. I mean, she the sweetest thing ever.
See her again after that. I may have one more question. I have a few questions, Judge. We talked.
Yes.
Did you also tell police that she had baby Kennedy with her when she went to meet?
The first time, when they first came, I didn't tell them until I actually got to the precinct. She had baby Kennedy with her because at the time I was thinking he does something. My brother doesn't want to do anything. I just didn't know what was going on. Had they, in light, told me what was going on, it could have been all points just Kennedy, Kennedy and Danielle. I could have told them, but they weren't talking like.
But they were aware that it was Danielle and Kennedy.
Right. They did.
Do you remember the day Kennedy was born? What day? Do you remember the date?
The 31st.
The 31st.
I'm sorry, January 31st.
January 31st. And that was the early morning hours, correct?
Yes, at like between 1 and 2.
Okay. And do you remember the date that Kennedy came home with Danielle?
February the 1st.
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was?
When I got to my house, it was like 4:30.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, well, do you need a break before we keep going?
No, ma'am.
I just have a very few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Now, on direct, you talked to Mr. Christensen about the fact that you didn't like that Brandon was married, right?
Right.
But did you know that he was getting divorced and had been separated for a long time?
I did.
Okay. But because of that, you didn't really like Danielle being with him, right?
What?
Okay. Now, you had said that he didn't come to the house a lot during her pregnancy.
He was never there when I was there. I can't say if I'm not there. I worked.
And then you, Brandon, right? So just because he wasn't there when you were there, doesn't mean he was never there at all.
Right.
And the conversations that Mr. Isbell and Danielle had, you weren't necessarily a part of those, right?
Right. I wasn't.
So there could have been a lot going on that you were not just directly involved in.
Right.
Now, leading up to Danielle going into labor on the 30th, she had actually gone to the hospital a couple times the week before that, or that leading up to it, the week starting around the 23rd.
Right. Yes.
And she was keeping Brandon informed about every time she would go in the hospital and contractions and things like that, right?
Okay. Right.
And because she wanted him there at the hospital.
Yes.
And when she went into labor, he went to the hospital.
Yes.
And he was there the whole time with her.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about kind of after Danielle and Brandon stopped seeing each other and Brandon started seeing somebody else, okay?
Right.
Did Danielle receive any messages from anyone that you were aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but I heard. I've never saw the messages.
But you asked Danielle whether she needed to go to the police because she was getting some threatening messages from his girlfriend?
Yes.
And Danielle had said that she didn't want to do that.
Right.
But it was Brandon's girlfriend that was texting her and threatening her, right?
I can't say because I never saw the messages.
Was that your understanding?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Can you reiterate?
This couple, you never saw any threatening messages, correct?
No.
Did you see the message that Brandon Isbell sent her?
I didn't see that one.
You didn't see that? Did you hear about that one?
Yes.
Okay. The one where he wanted to have an abortion?
Right.
That's what it is.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9:50. We're going to take a brief recess for some technical issues. I'll be right with you. If you need anything, let us know. Thank you.
Excuse leaving over to the chair.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State Health Officer, I'm sorry, one quick word of business, Judge. We do have the self-authenticating document, birth certificate, which the defense has. We'd like to enter this, it's a birth certificate for Kennedy Hoyle, entered as exhibit, I believe 18 is where we are. We'll call Officer Brian Ahmed.
Brian, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell it for the court reporter in Missouri, please.
Yes, sir. Brian Onan, Brian, apostrophe capital N-A-N.
And you're retired now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you work with the Memphis Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And what was your time back then?
I was in crime scene investigation.
And how long have you been doing crime scene investigations? Or how long did you do crime scene investigations?
I was there a little over a year.
Did you, how many crime scenes did you say you looked at and analyzed?
Over a year, I say you work probably on average 2 to 3 a day, so I say 28 and 1,000 maybe. 800 to 1,000, yes, sir.
Did you utilize things like, looking at shell casings, trajectory rods, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that a number of times?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Did you go through some training?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
What kind of training did you go through?
When you first start, you go through 2 weeks of training. You learn again about trajectory rods, photographing, measurements, trace evidence, a little bit on the guns, ammunition, type things like that. That's just a few of the things that you learn about.
Did you also assist in training new officers or new crime scene officers?
Yes, sir.
During the course of time? How many times did you say you did that?
Oh, probably over the course of a year and a half, 4 or 5 times.
All right. General, who would tender Officer Ernan as an expert in crime scene analysis?
No objection.
All right. Did you get a call to look at a car on February 4, 2022?
I did.
And where was the car?
It's an area that's designated for processing cars. Other evidence like guns, say you had a wrench or something, had to have some sort of prints pulled off of it a different way, other than just being fingerprinted, stuff like that. It's more in depth when we're looking at something, instead of just being out on the scene and fingerprinting and all that. It's usually used in higher crimes, for the cars and things like that.
Where is the tunnel? I think I said the tunnel, but did you mention where it is?
It's at 365 Clink at the old Harvester location.
Okay. You didn't go out and talk to any witnesses or anything like that?
Oh, no, sir.
So
I was in the tunnel that day.
you were in the tunnel, and do you remember the type of vehicle that you were to look at that day?
Yes, it was a Chevrolet Cruze.
Okay.
Gray car. I believe it was a 2013.
What's the process when you start to process vehicle? My word, what do you call it? Analyze vehicle.
You come out directly at the vehicle and you start doing overall photographs of the vehicle from the front of the vehicle, side, rear, and the other side. And while you're doing that, you're looking for obvious, like trace evidence, maybe possible blood, maybe shell casings laying up on the hood or around the windshield wipers, stuff like that. Defects in the vehicle, damage that could be related to the crime itself.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a stack of 6 photographs.
Yes, sir.
You can look at them real quick and tell us if you recognize them.
Yes,
and then, Judge, I guess the most efficient way would be to enter them all in
Collective Exhibit 19.
Well, I think we have it organized as one each. So
19A, 19B.
it'd be 19 through 20.
So individually. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And that's just because we're kind of pretty.
That's perfectly fine. You got it.
You recognize all those photographs?
I do. That's the card.
And you have it marked sequentially. Is it 19 to 24?
No objection.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The first one will be exhibit 19. Describe this for us, officer.
Like I said, this is just one of the overall photographs from the rear angle showing the rear and the driver's side of the vehicle itself.
Okay, we got the tag number in there.
Yes, sir.
Helps identify who was the owner of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And then exhibit 20.
2013, I believe is what it was.
And this photograph.
Side view,
Okay.
passenger side.
That's exhibit 20. I'm going to publish exhibit 21. What are we looking at here?
That's the driver's side front. I photographed it more towards the front to show you the defect on the driver's side door and also the window that had been damaged.
Okay. Exhibit 22.
Yes, sir, that's the defect on the driver's side door, again showing the damage to the window.
Okay. And when you say defect, what do you?
I say defect because at the time, you know, we're calling it a defect, but it's obviously it's a exit, what appears to be the exit of a projectile.
Okay.
Meaning that the metal is pushed outwards, where it pushed it when it exited the vehicle.
Bit 23, I think. That's the next one. And what are we looking at here?
Same thing, just damage to the window and the defect just below the window there.
Okay. Exhibit 24. Now what are we looking at?
Starting to take some interior photographs of the vehicle. Shows glass on the inside. I believe there's, you can see there on the left side of the driver's seat, you can see that there's possible dried blood there, and in the just in front of the driver's side seat, you see some more on the floorboard, and right there above that ID badge, which was in it when I photographed it, could be possible blood as well. I see it all along the side there on the driver's side seat as well in the seams.
All right. Officer Aaron, I'm going to pass forward to you an envelope. Just look inside and see, there are multiple things in there, but you can pull a couple of ID cards out of there. Let us know if you recognize those.
Yes, so these are some of the items that were found inside the car. Got some 2 9mm shell case casings here that I've got.
Okay. You don't have to open that last one.
That looks like just pictures and stuff, maybe, or donors.
Is there a MAPCO card and a FedEx ID in there?
Yes, sir, there is her ID.
Did you tag those items?
I did, sir.
Yeah, if we could have the FedEx ID marked as Exhibit 25 and the MAPCO card as Exhibit 26.
You just want me to place these back in your envelope, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you keep that, if we can keep that up there with you?
Yes, sir.
If Officer Anderson could step down and publish these directly to the jury, we don't have photographs of these.
What do you want me to do?
Those two exhibits that you just pulled out, 25 and 26, if you could show those to the jury for us. Yes, sir. Record handle witness a stack of 8 photographs, officer. If you could keep those in order for us, the order that we have them there.
Yes, sir.
And just let us know if you recognize those photographs and what you recognize them to be.
Do you want me to explain each one of them? Or
Just
no?
briefly.
As I go through them? What I'm looking at here is an interior photo of the driver's side of the vehicle. The door is opened. What I'm seeing through my camera is glass on the seat of the car, glass on the floorboard and around the driver's side seat. Some actually on the frame of the door, exiting the door.
And also for this process, if you can just do a very brief description of each one, and
I'm
then
sorry.
we'll put them up on the screen.
Yes, and then there's possible blood on the frame of the door as well. Second one is another interior shot of the car.
Okay.
Possible blood on the rear floorboard of the vehicle. This one here is the driver's side door. It's where I marked it exhibit, or marked the trajectory defect in the door as A, and I'm holding an L scale to give you A2 of the defect, and I've got another L scale that I'm photographing as well. This one here is a shot of the inside of the door, driver's side door, and I've got a trajectory rod going through the hole of the defect. Another photograph of the door itself, photographing it from the frame. It's got a trajectory rod running through it, showing an angle. Then this one here is another recovered 2 9mm shell casings. And this one here is me holding the casings and photographing casing.
Okay.
And that's it.
And if we could have those marked as exhibits 27 through 34. And yeah, we might publish these one by one.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, now if you can describe them as we go in a little more detail.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Again, we're looking at the driver's side interior photograph of glass that's on the driver's side seat, the floorboard, and you've got what's possible blood on the door frame itself.
Next numbered exhibit is 28.
That's the floorboard behind the driver's side seat of it. You can see where there's a large amount of blood that's running back into the floorboard there, and then there's glass next to the driver's side seat. Appears to be possible blood there on that seat belt as well.
Okay. Exhibit 29, please. So we're going to show you what's been previously been marked as exhibit 12. So if you could let us know what we're looking at here.
That was in the rear seat of the vehicle interior. That's the baby bag that had, I guess, the baby's name on the baby bag itself. And it was inside the baby bag was, things for the baby, I guess diapers and things that you would take care of a baby with.
Okay. Exhibit 29, I think.
Again, the driver's side door, I've marked it, the defect itself, A, and I'm holding up what we call a L scale to give you an idea of how big that the defect itself is. And you can see the damage there where it pushed out, it actually removed the paint, chipped the paint off, and bent the metal outwards.
You could explain how that works exactly. So is the defect typically worse than the entrance? Is that how that works?
Yes, when it leaves, it blows out. It pushes out. When it goes in, it's a smaller defect.
Okay. Go ahead, exhibit 30, please. And what was it here?
And that would be your smaller defect where it probably went in through the door there. And I'm holding another L scale, and I marked that A2.
Okay. Is it your opinion that this entrance defect corresponds with that exit defect?
I do. I think that's where the bullet went into the door, and then on the outside it exited.
Okay. Exhibit 31, please. Explain what's happening here.
Okay, that's now I'm showing you where I've got the door open. I'm showing you that's where the defect went in. I'm putting a rod through it so you can see the angle at which when you put the rod in there, it just gives you a better view of how it went in and the angle it left the defect.
Okay. Exhibit 32, please.
And there, I just wanted to take a good shot of the door itself, so you can see how the projectile went in and exited out at an angle going down when it left the vehicle. And you can see there again, you can see the seat, the glass, the ID badge, the blood there on the door frame.
Exhibit 34, please.
And again, that's the passenger side seat where I recovered
I'm sorry,
two.
33, this is exhibit 33, just to clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's my fault.
I mean to interrupt you. That's just showing the two shell casings that I recovered from this.
Okay, so are those the only two shell casings you recovered from the vehicle?
It is, but a lot of times, okay, I'll elaborate just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes shell casings when they bounce around in a car, when they're fired and they're inside of a car, they obviously can hit the headliner, the sun visors, whatever, and they'll get in places that we can't find them, down in the vents of the dashboard, stuff like that. The only way we could find them would be to take the car completely apart. So there could have been more shell casings in there, but I didn't find any more. Like I said, we look and do overall photos and everything. We're looking for shell casings that get up around the hood and places where they can lie and you can't see them, you know, get underneath the leaves or anything else.
Where does if it's a semi-automatic firearm, where do the shell casings usually, which way?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. He's not qualified as a ballistics expert.
Crime scene analysis, this is a crime scene photograph, we're talking about shell casings, so part of his qualification was analysis of shell casings.
During that 2-week training in the beginning that he testified, I'll allow it. Overruled.
Please note my objection.
It's noted for the record.
Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want to know
Well,
about.
what I was asking was where, typically where does a shell casing eject from a semi-automatic handgun? Which direction does it go?
Right. Well, you know, that's, of course, I was an officer before I was ever CSI and always carried a gun. So you have a lot of gun training. So I can just tell you that when you fire a gun, a semi-automatic pistol, it ejects from out the right of the gun, out of the port. It comes out every time you fire a bullet. That shell casing comes out of the right of the weapon.
Okay, General, zoom back out on that. So what, in this situation, if a person were to reach inside and fire shots inside, how much the shell casings get right there on that seat?
They bounced off the headliner, and
Okay.
for them to be there, in my opinion, the weapon would have had to have been fired inside the car.
Okay.
Because like I said, when they come out fast and they come out hot, and they travel a pretty good distance. So they fly out and it would hit the headliner and bounce down in the floorboard again in the vent of the dash or in the seats. You know, sometimes they end up all over the car.
This is a large car in the interior?
Not so much. It's a mid-sized vehicle. It's not so big.
Do you know about how far the gun pointing inside that vehicle would have been to the back seat or anyone in the back seat?
No, I couldn't say that. I would say that they were fired in the front interior part of the car
Would it be
to
close
be where
to-
they're at.
Pretty close to the person in the back seat?
Yeah.
How loud would it be in the car?
It would be extremely, I mean, we wear earmuffs when we have training and stuff. You fire a weapon without an earmuff on it, you're kind of deaf for a second or so. I mean, maybe more than that.
And that
It's
would be,
flat. I fired a weapon and not realized I didn't have my headphones on. It was, you know, it wakes you up. Yeah.
and you're talking from the perspective of an adult, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you, well, you have them up there. If you could look, you indicated earlier that there were some shell casings in that back, is that correct?
Yeah, I recovered 2 9mm shell casings.
Are those the shell casings we're looking at in the photograph here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if we could have those two marked as exhibit 5.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have 2 very tiny envelopes, each containing 1 projectile. You want this as 2 exhibits?
One exhibit does, one collective exhibit.
1 collective exhibit will require merging. Should have been 1 envelope. That works.
I'll publish what has been marked as, I think, exhibit 34. And if you could, is that a photograph of the shell casings that we just looked at?
I didn't see them.
I'll hand these back. I'm
I
handing
mean, I'm
back,
sure they are. I tagged those. That's what I tagged, so I'm sure they are. Yes, sir.
for the record, I'm handing back exhibit 35.
They appear to be the same shell casings that I tagged. But I'd have to You know, these are very tiny. I have to look at them closer and I have to pull out my phone to do so. Do you want me to do that?
Is that okay, Judge, if we put that phone, once it is,
I have to photograph it, enlarge it to look and read exactly what's on the end of the shell casing.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Just bear with me, okay?
Perfectly fine.
Okay. This is exactly how we photograph them on the scene, crime scene, process of the vehicle, anything else, because they're so small that you have to enlarge them to read them. And yes, sir, to answer your question, sir, this is a 9mm Luger Hornady, I believe is how you say it.
Okay.
So it would be the bullets that I tag, yes.
I'm gonna hand you,
Shell cases, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I'm gonna hand you another envelope. This is, this is gonna be for ID only. If you could, take a look at that one.
Yes, sir. These aren't anything that I tagged. This is from another officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming from the scene.
Yes, sir.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's fine, just if you could look in there
Yes, sir.
and, describe what they are. And what is that?
Appears to be a magazine. It's got 9mm stamped on the back of it, so I'm assuming it's from a Glock 9mm, which is here at the bottom.
Okay.
It looks to me like it's holding 14, maybe 14 rounds right now.
Okay. If, Jennifer, if you have that marked for ID purposes as exhibit, the next number of exhibit would be 36.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it looks like it's holding 15 rounds, excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Kinds of stuff, how their magazines and everything work. I'm looking at that orange place as being a space that's empty. We usually take
Now, Officer, and I'm gonna test your eyes again, and I sympathize with you because I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
But if you could, the showcasing that we're talking about that you found in the front seat of Daniel's car.
Take them out and do the same thing. Any
I have to
objection?
photograph and enlarge it to see if it's the same caliber, the same brand and everything as the previous ones.
Go ahead.
You okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would more lighting help you as well?
No, once I photograph it, I can enlarge it. So, thank you. Yes, sir, it is. It's the same brand, same caliber and everything.
Okay. So the bullets from the magazine are the same as the showcasing found in.
Yeah, they're 9mm Luger. Yes, sir. The same, they're the same brand and everything. Yes, sir.
All right, I want to ask you just a couple more questions. I just wanted to gather everything there so we don't lose it, but,
Yes, sir.
is someone reaching into to the passenger side with the door open, reaching the gun in and firing shots into the car?
It's consistent there, so. Just, that's how shell casings end up inside.
Yes, sir. And was there all the other windows were intact, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, they were.
Okay. Thank you, officer. No further questions today.
I'm tired, so it's just Brian. Not me and Steve. I want Steve, so that's fine.
I want to talk to you first about when cars arrive at Clink, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get a vehicle in Clink, that is not on the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
And when I say Clink, what am I referring to?
You're referring to the crime scene tunnel, the city lot where the crime scene tunnel is located.
Where is it located?
365 Clink, I believe, is what the address is still, unless they've moved it, and it's at the old Harser location.
Okay. And that's why we call it Clink, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And
It's easier.
what part of town is that in?
North Memphis, Fraser area.
Okay. So when a car is taken from a scene,
Yes, ma'am.
it's typically not driven to Clink, right?
Absolutely not.
They load it on the back of a tow truck or
Yes.
a trailer of some sort
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
and drive it to you
Yes, ma'am.
down these Memphis roads.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times, once it gets to you, it was already photographed on the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
It was already searched on the scene.
Yes, ma'am. Looked over. Yes, ma'am.
So you're not the first person to go through the vehicle. You just document what you get when it gets to you at Clink. So basically what you document is not necessarily how it appeared on the scene, but how it appeared when it got to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you do your best to do a thorough documentation of any vehicle that you receive.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because you don't want to, it's evidence, it's a crime's been committed, and they're trying to solve it and give answers to what happened.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about the type of evidence that you look for. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
First, you look for anything that's out in the open that you can photograph, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've gone through several things that you photographed here.
Yes, ma'am.
You look for places to swab for DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that here?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you swab?
I don't know exactly where I swabbed, probably in any of the places that had possible blood, maybe on the door frame, maybe in the floorboard, which you saw in the back seat, maybe there. I don't know.
Did you swab anywhere in the passenger side?
I don't
You tested for GSR.
Yes, ma'am, I assume so, yeah.
Okay. And that's what leaves that gunshot residue.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you're testing, you test for the residue. It's not like a bullet hole, right?
Right.
Where did you swab for gunshot residue in the cruise?
We mostly swabbed on the door panels, steering wheel, the gear shift is a good place. So I probably did both panels, I assume, passenger side, passenger side, driver's side, steering wheel, and maybe even the console, but the gear shift is a good place. For anybody might place their hand on the gear shift or something.
Okay. Did you do any testing on?
I just take this, I just take, I just do the test kit on the interior of the car.
Okay. Did you have, is a presumptive test?
Yes, ma'am. So
Did
I
you-
don't do anything further with it. I pull the test their tag basically. It's a different than this, but it's a kit. In a kit, nothing's touched it before we open it, and nobody else touches it after we put it in.
Did you test the ceiling of the cruise?
No, I did not.
Now, this was a very small passenger vehicle, right? When we were looking at pictures, there's not even like a full open up console in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, right?
I don't remember. I'm not really familiar with that type of car or anything. I don't remember. Maybe there was a console in the car.
So here, let me see if I can help you. May I approach? This has been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see an opening like you're talking about, just a gear shift.
Ma'am. So the distance in this particular car that you evaluated or examined, the distance between the passenger seat and the driver's seat is a very short distance.
Yes, ma'am. As it is in most cars, yeah. There's some are larger, yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you about the shell casings that you collected. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Both of those shell casings were located on the passenger seat. And that's where they were when the Chevy Cruze arrived at Clink.
That's where they were when I photographed the car.
But again, you were not on the scene, right?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the fact that sometimes in other cases you've had casings get somewhere where you couldn't get it, you don't know if that happened here, right? You only know that you found those two casings.
That's what I found. That's mine.
And when you talked about, when Mr. Christensen was talking to you about the ejection patterns on guns, what kind of gun did you carry as your service weapon?
Semi-automatic. It was 6 Sawyer.
A 6-hour?
Yeah. 40 caliber weapon.
Okay. And is that what you carried the whole time you were carrying a weapon?
Yes, ma'am. Transitioned to the guns, but yes, ma'am, it's always done.
After they started firing on their own?
Right. Yeah. You got to know about that. Yes, ma'am.
So when you would go to the range and fire your weapon, did you only fire your weapon or did you fire other types of weapons as well?
We usually only fire our weapon, but there could be some sort of training where we fired other weapons as well that they might want us to try out, or we always fired shotguns during qualifications and things like that. So yes, we fired other weapons.
And specifically with handguns, different brands eject different ways, right?
Well,
or are you not qualified to say that?
A semi-automatic gun, pretty much they all check the same way because they're coming out of the port. The way it works is you saw that magazine right there. It goes into the body of the gun. Pull back the slide. It rides up into the chamber, and then you're ready to fire it. And once you fire it, that shell clears itself out to the right, and then another automatically, it's called automatic. It rides up through the ramp, feeds itself in the chamber, and you fire again. But they always eject out from the right.
Yes.
Semi-automatic gun.
But there's almost like a clock pattern that different brands will move within from which angle they eject from.
Not to that specification of how far they go, which way, but they're all going to come out the right side.
So that's outside of your speciality, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever fired a gun, had a shell casing pop you in the head?
I have. I've been on the line to where shell casings landed on me and burnt my skin.
Mm-hmm. And so even though they typically eject to the right, you can have some variations on, if you up or over anything when you fire the gun, it could affect where that shell casing lands, right?
Yes. I'll agree with you on that. Yes, ma'am.
If it hits something within the car, it could affect where that shell casing lands.
Yes, that's what I was testifying to before. If window, sun visor, headliner, it doesn't matter. It just bounced around in the car and landed in that particular place.
So just because those shell casings are there does not mean that it was a neat ejection into that particular spot, right?
No, it wasn't neat at all.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was.
And when these casings come out, they're hot.
They're hot.
And the gunpowder behind it is hot.
Yes.
Did you note any burns to the interior of the vehicle?
I don't remember seeing any burns.
And I want to talk to you briefly about the glass, that front drive window. You've been processing vehicles for a long time, right? You said somewhere between 800 and 1,000.
But yeah, I processed my share of vehicles. Yes, ma'am. In the field and the time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you come across those trajectories that go through right under where the window meets the door?
You know, other vehicles besides this one?
Yes.
Have I? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you're aware that the glass of the window actually goes below that initial rubber, right?
Yeah, roll down. Yeah.
Okay. And so if a bullet hits the glass that's below that rubber part, it can shatter the whole window.
Yes, ma'am. It does. It could.
Okay.
If it caught the glass, it was down and far to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What you document is basically the aftermath, right?
Exactly.
What you document does not show what actually happened in the moment.
No, ma'am. Mine's all tests and angles and things like that.
And what you document doesn't show the events leading up to what happened, right?
No. No. I haven't seen, it's a car, it's a piece of metal. I'm just photographing it as I see it through that lens. That's it.
And we can only see what we can see, right?
Absolutely.
And we can only see what we can see in the state that it was in when it got to you.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
9mm casings on the front seat.
Yes.
Bullet hole on the driver's side door.
Objection to leading.
Were there 9mm casings on the front seat?
And on the passenger side.
Was there a bullet hole going through the passenger side door?
No, it was going through the driver's side door.
Through the driver's side door, thank you. Was it entering from the inside and exiting from the outside?
It was entering, it appeared to have entered through the panel on the driver's side door and exited through the metal on the exterior of the driver's side door.
Was there a lot of blood near where that bullet defect was?
Below it, yes, sir. There was a lot of blood in the floorboard of that vehicle, and there was some in the seat as well.
Is that a good indicator that a 9mm semi-automatic handgun was fired from within that vehicle?
Absolutely. It's the only way that those shell cases could have gotten in that car. It would have been fired inside the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Can you recross?
Very briefly. Now, when we speak in absolutes like that, I have to follow up. The only way that a shell casing could have ended up in the car is from being fired from within the car?
If there was a gunfire and someone was shot at in the car, then the only way the shell casings would have ended up in the seat would have been a gun being fired in the car. That's my assumption, yes.
Okay. If I pick up this envelope and I put it right there, it got there by me moving it, right?
Right. But I'm assuming that the reason I got the vehicle process was because a gun had been fired inside of a vehicle.
Yes. My point is, you can't say that's the only way something could have
Okay, I
gotten.
understand what you're saying.
Yes.
But I'm working in the assumption that there's been a crime committed, and the crime committed involved firing a weapon, or it wouldn't have been crime scene tunnel.
Yes. But you cannot speculate as to how it got there, right?
Yes.
Just actually, he's been qualified as an expert, so he gives opinion as to how they got there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he could give his opinion on whether something is consistent, but fair.
That's fair with me. I mean, if that's.
Thank you, sir. Well, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Do you want these
Right.
back in a strong word?
I would like those back in that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, yeah, we should leave it at that. Because there's other things in the envelope that we can.
For this
That we
particular,
marked as exhibit.
leave out the IDs,
The IDs as well.
leave everything out.
Just.
So the opposite is what I told them.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Don't listen to me.
Am I done?
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dr. Scott Collier.
Dr. Carr, you come forward. Watch your step. Trying to raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Just a moment. I just need to take a break and ask that you all join me.
Thank
you. Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Scott Collier, Scottolllier.
And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed both at the office here in Memphis as well as the Regional Forensic Center in Nashville. My job duties mainly are to perform autopsies and to determine cause and manner of death.
And what is your educational background?
My educational background, I did my pre-medicine work at the University of New Orleans. I did my medical education at Ross University School of Medicine. I then did a pathology residency here in Memphis at University of Tennessee, followed by a forensic pathology fellowship also at the University of Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Currently double boarded in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
About how many autopsies have you performed?
Approximately 1,700 days.
Been a forensic pathologist?
A little over 4 years. Probably 6 or 7.
And were those times in Tennessee courts?
Yes, all of them.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Collier as an expert in forensic pathology.
Hearing no objection.
No objection. Now, Dr. Collier, I'm going to take you back to February 4th of 2022. Did you perform an autopsy on Danielle Coyle?
I did.
How old was Danielle at that time?
Your Honor, may I access my case file?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, if he needs to refresh his recollection, I'm not opposed to it.
Hearing no objection, go right ahead.
Thank you. She was 27 years old at that time.
And did you know multiple gunshots to Danielle Coyle?
Yes.
How many did you note?
I believe it was 5 in total.
And did you end up labeling each of those wounds?
Yes, I did.
And how did you label those?
By letters.
And during the course of an autopsy, are you photographing
Yes.
what you find? Do you also do diagrams?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a stack of what with a diagram and brief photos.
Thank you.
Could you take a look at those?
I do.
And does all of that correspond to what you labeled wound A?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those items be numbered sequentially. They would be exhibits 37 through 40. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back. Pleasantness that may occur. I would do everything I could to let you know. Right? No, this is the medical examiner. He does autopsies.
Now, Dr. Collier, permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
Now, Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
This is the entrance wound and exit wound of gunshot wound labeled A.
And can you describe those locations?
The entrance wound is on the right aspect of the head, just behind and below the right ear. The exit wound is behind the left ear.
Now, when you're going through the process of photographing, do you start out by taking photos as the body looks when you get it?
Correct.
At some point in time, is the body, for lack of a better word, cleaned up a bit for you to take additional photos?
Very much so.
And you looked at those 3 photographs along with the diagram. Are those photographs of wound A?
Correct.
What are we seeing in this photograph?
So this is the entrance wound of gunshot wound A, just to the left of the ruler there.
And what about this photograph?
The exit wound of gunshot wound A.
And then what are we seeing here?
It's a little difficult to see, but basically the scalp has been removed, the top of the skull has been removed, and the brain taken out. And what we're seeing here is fractures of the base of the skull.
And did you determine a trajectory with regards to wound A?
I did. Trajectory was right to left and upwards.
And what about, could you determine anything about the range?
Unfortunately, no. There were no features associated with the gunshot wound that would determine range.
What kind of features would you look for to determine range?
If it were a very close or contact wound, there would be soot deposition along the wound and the wound path. If it were a short distance away, we would see gunpowder stippling, basically just abrasions or scuffs in the skin that would indicate that the gun was relatively close.
And you didn't see that in this particular case?
I did not.
Did you term it as an indeterminate trajectory?
Correct.
Or range, I'm sorry, indeterminate range?
Range, yes.
All right. Dr. Collier, when you're examining the body, how can you tell the difference between the entrance wound and the exit wound?
Entrance wounds typically are more smooth and a nice round surface or edges. Exit wounds tend to be lacerated and more irregular in shape.
I'm going to hand you another stack. See if you recognize these.
I do.
And on the top, is that your diagram of wound B?
It is.
And then the photos behind that, do those document wound B?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits, numbered sequentially, starting with 41. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Go ahead, please. Dr. Collier, this is exhibit 41. What are we seeing here?
These are the entrance and exit wounds of gunshot wound B.
And can you describe the location?
The location of the entrance wound is inferior to the right ear, and the exit wound is inferior and slightly anterior to the left ear.
And I'm showing exhibit 42. What are we seeing here?
Just left of the ruler, the white ruler there is gunshot wound B entrance.
And while we're looking at this picture, you were saying earlier, Dr. Collier, about the smoothness as far as an entrance wound. Are we seeing that reflected in this photograph?
Yes, we are.
And then exhibit 43.
And just to the right of the white ruler is the exit wound for gunshot wound B with the irregular features, the irregular edges and lacerations.
Now, what was the trajectory on wound B?
On wound B, the trajectory was right to left and upwards.
And would wound B have been fatal on its own, in your opinion?
Yes.
Why?
Wound B basically transected bilateral carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are the vessels that supply blood to the brain. And this wound actually severed both of those.
I'll show you what has been entered as 44. What are we seeing right here?
What we're seeing that is basically inside the right carotid artery, and it shows how it was transected up towards the top where the rod is exposed from the artery.
And photograph, let's see, exhibit 45.
This is the left carotid, the bullet path, and then the rod inside the right carotid artery shows the defect within the right carotid artery. Sorry, left carotid artery.
Dr. Collier, I'm going to hand you another stack.
I do.
Do those correspond to wound C?
Yes, they do.
All right, ask that those be the next exhibits, exhibits 46 through 48.
No objection.
Permission to publish on here?
After we get our, yes, does. Later on.
Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
The entrance and exit wounds for gunshot wound C.
And can you describe where those are located?
The entrance wound is on the right aspect of the upper part of the neck, and the exit wound is basically on the left side near the jawline.
And for the record, this is exhibit 46. Moving to exhibit 47. What are we seeing here?
That is the entrance wound for gunshot wound C.
And looking at exhibit 48, what are we seeing?
That is the exit wound of gunshot wound C.
Now, as far as gunshot wound C, what was the trajectory on that one?
Also right to left and upwards.
And would that wound have been, in your opinion, fatal on its own?
I don't think so. This wound basically strikes just the muscle and soft tissue of the neck area. This would, on its own, would be survivable.
And do another stack. And do you recognize that diagram and those photographs? D.
Correct.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits, labeled sequentially 49 through 51. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Go ahead. And for the record, we are looking at Exhibit 49. Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
Here we see the entrance wound for gunshot wound D, and at the bottom, the exit wound for gunshot wound D.
And can you describe those locations?
Sure. The entrance wound is on the lower right aspect of the face. The exit wound is on the superior aspect of the shoulder.
And now we're looking at Exhibit 50. What are we seeing here?
That is the entrance wound for gunshot wound D.
And Exhibit 51.
The exit wound for gunshot wound D.
Now, Dr. Collier, what was the trajectory on wound D?
Being able to breathe.
Can you do another stack? Dr. Collier, do you recognize that diagram and the two photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do those document wound E?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be the next exhibits labeled sequentially, starting with the diagram of exhibit 52 through 50. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Go ahead, please. And for the record, this is Exhibit 52. And what are we seeing here, Dr. Collier?
These are the entrance and exit wounds for gunshot wound E.
And can you describe their location?
The entrance wound is on the right side of the face, just next to the corner of the mouth. The exit wound is on the opposite side, the left side of the face, near the corner of the mouth.
And what are we seeing in this photograph? For the record, it is Exhibit 50.
This is an entrance wound for gunshot wound E.
And Exhibit 51.
The exit wound for gunshot wound E.
Now, Dr. Collier, on wound E, in your opinion, would that have been fatal on its own?
I would say no to fatality on that one.
And why is that?
This bullet basically injured just the face and dentition and didn't hit any major arteries or any structures that would cause death.
Now, Dr. Collier, were you able to recover any bullets?
I was not.
Did you recover any bullet fragments?
I don't believe so, but let me check. No. Oh, I'm sorry. There's an additional note that multiple small bullet and jacket fragments were recovered from the tongue, gingiva, and oral mucosa.
And what does that mean to us lay people?
Basically, the bullet is made up of a core and has a jacket wrapped around it. And when it strikes a target, it tends to fragment. Some of these fragments, little tiny pieces, were recovered from inside the mouth.
I'm going to hand you a photograph and an item. First, if you'll take a look at that photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
These are the fragments that were recovered from the mouth area.
All right, ask that that be Exhibit 55. Permission to publish. Okay, Dr. Collier, what are we seeing here?
So these are the fragments that I described. The more copper-looking colored fragments are part of the jacket that surrounds the bullet core, and the more metallic.
And did you actually collect those fragments?
Yes, I did.
If you would take a look inside that envelope, are the fragments that you collected from Danielle Coyle in that envelope?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 56. And just to be clear, it's just the one envelope that Dr. Collier had in his hand. There are several items.
Yeah, that one right there.
And Dr. Collier, as part of the autopsy process, do you take samples, for example, of hair and other things from the body?
Yes, we do.
And are those some of those items that were also in that envelope?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to hand you 3 more photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And we'll start with that first photograph. What is that a photograph of?
Basically just a.
And the next photograph?
This is the photograph of the right hand.
And the next photograph?
Photograph of the left hand.
All right, would ask that those be entered as exhibits 57, 58, and 59. Please approach. Pardon me.
For the record, we are going, the first one that I'm gonna hand.
Yes, Judge, can we go ahead and put a placeholder in that as exhibit?
Yes.
Yes, exhibit 57.
Placeholder 57, we pick up on 58, 59.
Now, Dr. Collier, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what are we seeing there?
This is the abrasion on the right hip.
And what would cause an abrasion like that?
Just any kind of friction.
Speculation?
Your response.
He's an expert, he can give his opinion as to what could cause an abrasion like that.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything rubbing on it or the hip rubbing on another surface would cause that.
Dr. Collier, in your expert opinion, would that be consistent, a body being dragged?
It certainly could be, yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit, what are we seeing here?
This is the decedent's right hand,
And why do you photograph the hands?
just we look for any kind of evidence, any trace evidence, hairs, debris.
Do you also look to see if the hands have any defensive wounds?
Yes.
And did you, let me show you what is exhibit 59. What is that a photograph of?
That is the left hand.
In your opinion, did you note anything that would indicate defensive wounds on Danielle Boyle's hands?
I don't recall wounds.
Now, did anything in your examination indicate that Danielle Boyle had recently given birth?
She did have an enlarged uterus, consistent with postpartum period.
Now, Dr. Collier, as part of the autopsy, when the body comes to you, do you collect the clothing?
Yes, we do.
I'll hand you. Four more photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And are those photographs of Danielle Boyle's clothing that she was wearing when she came to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be numbered sequentially, starting with exhibit 60 through 62. Permission to publish. Go ahead, please. And what are we seeing in this photograph, Dr. Collier, which will be Exhibit 60?
These are the clothing items that were removed from the body after we received her.
And 61?
This appears to be a hooded jacket.
And was Danielle wearing that jacket when she came to the police office?
She was.
And did you note anything? And what are we seeing in this photograph that would be Exhibit 62?
This is a defect in the hood of the jacket.
And why did you note those defects?
Because these defects could be consistent with the gunshot wounds on the body.
And Exhibit actually, that would be Exhibit 63. What are we seeing here?
These are the shoes that came on the body.
And did you actually collect items?
Yes.
What I hand you? Recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is the black jacket.
And that was collected from Danielle Boyle's body?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be the next exhibit, Exhibit 64.
Three is the next number. So we missed one?
There's four photos in that last set.
Thank you. 64 it is.
Your Honor, may Dr. Collier publish that to the jury by stepping down?
Dr. Collier, do you mind stepping down?
Do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do. This appears to be the right shoe.
And we can take a look in that other bag.
This is the left shoe.
And I think ask that those be a collective exhibit, exhibit 65. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Dr. Collier, if you would just show those to the jury, please. Thank you, Doctor. During the autopsy process, do you also collect a blood spot?
Yes, we do.
Can you describe for the jury what that is?
It's basically just a card that folds in half and has 4 circles where we take samples of blood and squirt it on the blood spot card. So it's just a card that holds blood samples.
I'm going to hand you an envelope.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the blood spot card for the decedent.
And is that Danielle Hoyle?
It is.
All right, ask that that be the next exhibit, exhibit 66.
It should be okay.
And Dr. Collier, what's the purpose of collecting the blood spot?
In case we need to use it for DNA purposes.
Now, Dr. Collier, with regards to all these items that you collected, is there a unique number that the medical examiner's office uses for of Danielle Hoyle? What was the cause of death?
Cause of death was listed as gunshot wounds of the head and neck,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
I'll pass the witness.
When you say homicide, that's a medical term, right?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury?
Another.
Okay. So if I shot you, but I was acting in self-defense, completely accidental, that would be a homicide. That would be a homicide.
Correct.
So homicide does not necessarily indicate a criminal intent for the manner of death.
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about of a gunshot wound.
Trajectory is based on a person in the anatomical position, which is basically standing.
And you can stand if you need to do that. If that's
Basically
okay.
standing like this, hands over.
Thank you.
Sorry. So this is anatomic position.
You look at a person in anatomic position you then establish that is not necessarily the position the person was in at the time of the gunshot, right?
That's correct.
The trajectory of the bullet through the body depends on the angle of the body at the time of the shot.
And the shooter.
Yes, you beat me to it. We're getting there next. So the angle of the person's body, right?
Correct.
And the angle of the other person. Now I want to talk to you, okay?
Yes.
Now you classified this as an indeterminate range.
Correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what the different ranges that you look for are?
Contact, basically the weapon is in contact with the target. Intermediate, which is basically within a few inches to a couple of, and then indeterminate or distant is, it cannot be determined.
Muzzle of the weapon against the skin.
Correct.
And that would leave what's called a muzzle imprint.
It could,
And that would leave soot deposition.
most likely.
Now, when I say a muzzle imprint, that is actually the end part of the gun burns the skin, right, on a contact wound?
It's an abrasion, yes.
And then soot deposition, that's when that gunfire shoots out of the gun, it actually, on a contact wound, shoots into the wound, right?
Correct.
Now, a close contact gunshot wound, that up to 18 inches?
What we would consider an intermediate, there's a general range for that, but an actual accurate range can only be determined by test firing the weapon.
Okay, so that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the indeterminate range went all the way up to 4 feet.
It's again, gun dependent.
Okay. So is it your understanding from what you do and all of these autopsies that indeterminate range can be up to 4 feet depending on the weapon?
4 feet could be. We generally say that anything outside of a couple of feet or so is you're getting away from intermediate and more into indeterminate.
Okay, so now I want to talk to you about that couple of feet, okay? How do you determine whether a gun was in a couple of feet from the barrel to the person who was shot?
There would be stippling, gunpowder stippling on the target.
Okay. What is gunpowder stippling?
Basically, burning gunpowder particles will cause little tiny punctate abrasions around the wound.
And that's kind of what we were talking about with that spray of gunpowder, right? It actually sprays onto the skin.
Correct.
And it's hot, right?
It's burning, yeah.
Yeah, so it burns a little pattern onto the skin.
Correct. Depending on the gun, yes.
Okay. And that was not present here, right?
Correct.
So the indeterminate range is basically saying you don't know how far away the gun was.
100%.
Muzzle imprint, right?
Correct.
There was no soot deposition.
Correct.
There was no stippling.
Correct.
Now, you assign labels the A, B, C, D, E. That is not in any way indicating an order in which the gunshots were shot, right?
That's correct.
That only indicates a kind of a marker for you, because as a medical examiner, you typically cannot determine the order of injuries.
That's correct.
So that's just purely for recording purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
And for your purposes, you can determine the wounds inflicted, right?
Yes.
But you cannot necessarily determine the circumstances under which they were inflicted.
Correct.
So I want to talk to you briefly about each of the gunshots in turn, okay?
Sure.
So we'll start with gunshot wound A. That was to the neck, right?
Correct.
And if I may, Your Honor, just have a moment to connect to publish that diagram. Tech stuff is not my forte, so you'll have to forgive me. It won't let me. Okay, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way because technology isn't liking me. I'm okay.
Are we done with the TV before we break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? If you could please show the witness, I'm sorry, where you indicated the entrance wound? And approximately on your body, where would that be?
Basically right here, I would imagine,
Okay. And the exit wound?
is here.
Okay. And do you actually have those diagrams in your report?
I do.
The same for me for B.
Entrance wound below the right ear.
And on both of those, you noted an upward trajectory.
That's correct.
Okay. And on exhibit C.
You're asking for the trajectory?
Do you typically note a front to back?
If it's, yes, if it is front to back, then I will notice that. Left to right, right to left, upwards.
And on all of these, you noted right to left.
Correct.
And in all but one, you noted upward. Different.
Correct.
There was no position.
Correct.
There was no stippling.
Correct.
And there was no bullet recovered.
Just the fragments.
No actual full bullet, right?
No intact bullet, yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Can you redirect from the stage?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Collier, I want to go back to indeterminate.
Yes.
I believe defense counsel was saying 4 feet. It could be 3 feet, right?
It could be 3 feet, it could be 2 feet. It all depends on the weapon itself and the ammunition used.
And we were talking about a trajectory. If the victim moved her head, could that affect the trajectory?
Certainly.
Are there a lot of different variables that can affect the trajectory?
Yes.
So for example, where the shooter was standing,
Correct?
how the shooter was holding the gun.
Sure.
So all of that could play into that upwards or downwards determination.
Yes.
That's all I have. Very briefly.
In this case, you determined it to be an indeterminate range, right?
Correct.
So you did not have any of the markers that you typically see for close range shots.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for you to go eat. It is now 11:52. When I receive word that you are done, we'll report back to work, okay? Don't eat too much. If you need coffee or water, let us know.
Jurors, excuse me, you know, go to the chair and wipe yourself.
Court's gonna be in a brief recess.
After recess.
I would just like to say, I did a test drive of that and it worked great on my test drive.
Sure, Jan. Judge Hooks, may I see you?
Well, guys, I hope you can hear me. We have finishing up our lunch. Still waiting for the doctors to come in. It rained here a little bit, but it's done, I think, for the day. We're going to go over to the other trial. Sounds like the nurses are having fun out there. So we're going to go to the other trial when it comes back in, the sentencing phase of the Soto-Escalera trial. I'm going to finish eating and I'll be right back with you.
All right, and you may inquire.
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, tell us who you are, please.
My name is Raul S. Velasco. I am a prison and jail expert who has been consulted to interview and give my professional opinion based on my experience in corrections and my education and training on this case.
You're on Zoom. Are you not in Florida?
No, I am actually in Austin, Texas.
Are you working in Texas now?
I'm actually off for the afternoon, but yes, I do have a full-time employment, but I'm off for the rest of the day, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, please.
Iona University in New York, with a focus on psychology, minor in criminal justice. I have a master's in public administration from Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, Florida. I also have my certification as a public manager through the Florida Atlantic University Master's Program, and currently hold my certification as a jail manager through the American Jail Professional Commission. As well, I'm a certified corrections executive through the American Correctional Institution organization on professional standards.
Are you working in jail or prison administration now in Austin, Texas?
Yes, I am.
How long have you
My
worked?
39th year, started my social services, public safety career in New York, did 2 years with the juvenile system, and in 1988 joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a corrections officer at the prison now known as Central Florida Reception Center in Orlando, Florida. During my approximately 20 years at the Florida Department of Corrections, worked my professional development through classification. I served as a supervisor as well as a probation supervisor, an assistant warden at 3 major institutions, warden at a major Hernando Correctional institution, also served in the capacity as the entire Department of Corrections for 50 years, and then transitioned into jail operations. I served as the major for the Orange County Jail in Orlando, the deputy chief and interim chief for Osceola County Corrections, and then retired from the Florida system, did some nonprofit work for 2 years, and then have ran jails in different states from San Antonio, Fort Worth, St. Louis, as well as now Austin, Texas.
So you have worked in corrections here in Florida.
20 years, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Florida DOC policies and procedures?
Yes, I am, sir.
You're not here out of the goodness of your heart, are you? We're paying you for this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much do you charge per hour, sir?
My fees are $200 an hour to interview, review records pertaining to any case, as well as $225 an hour for testifying and $110 for any travel time involved on any case.
How many hours have you put in on the Soto-Escalera case?
16 and a half hours.
Is this your first time testifying in court, sir?
No, no, sir.
Where have you testified before?
I have testified in a variety of states, particularly in Florida. I've testified on various cases from Dade County, Duval County, Volusia County, Lee County, Gadsden County, also in the Panhandle, some of the Washington County, a variety of counties throughout the state of Florida, as well as done work in South Carolina, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee.
Testify always for the defense.
Yes, sir.
This, whether this one or anywhere else ever used you as a consultant or consulted you on a case?
Not as a consultant, no, sir.
to about what life without parole would mean for an inmate so sentenced. Are you qualified to answer questions in that regard?
Yes, I am.
A person sentenced to Florida Department of Corrections to life without the possibility of parole, where are they housed? How are they housed in the system?
The way the process goes in the Florida prison system, like many, they are sentenced to a reception center in which they will go through 6 to 12 weeks, going through a battery of assessment processes for mental health, medical, classification, custody review, and then they're sent to a permanent facility. An individual who's sentenced to life will always be close custody. They will be sent to a facility that has that security level. Their requirement, once they are transferred to that permanent facility, they will go through an assessment process through classification, known as the institutional classification team process, in which they will be assigned a job. Every inmate who's serving life at a facility designed, they are required to work 60 hours a week. They are required to show up to work in addition to other obligations. They will be housed in a custody level, as we know as 804 or HO5, which means their housing facility assignment will be either with another inmate or several inmates. And after dark, they are secured behind 2 or 3 additional secure doors to ensure that that custody level doesn't have access to the compound as a whole. In addition to working 60 March, they'll eat their meal within 7 to 10 minutes, return back to their assignment. They go through rigorous requirements. They get counted several times a day. They're told where to go, when to go. They have appointments to be at, and they're required to follow all the rules and regulations of them in that environment.
Is a prisoner serving life without parole, does such a prisoner shower every day?
Shower every day. They are given the option to shower in the evenings when the showers are open, but that is a communal shower environment in which they share in normal dormitories the ratio of maybe 15 showers for 250 inmates. If they're not in that environment at that time or overslept, they just are not showered. They're also required to go to call-outs and have obligations in which, when it comes to either the environment, TV, they share one communal TV per pod or per bit, in which they all have to decide what channel. So they have to share it with anywhere 70 to 150 inmates in that environment.
You indicated, I think, that a typical inmate serving life without possibility of parole is required to do work?
Yes, every inmate, whether you have an impairment, you can be a wheelchair, medically declining individual, everyone is required to have a job assignment. It can be assigned as a houseman, and in this case, most of those who are healthy, they will be given an inside grounds job, which basically means they're given manual lawnmowers, they cut grass. We're talking big acre properties within the fence line. They also prepare meals. They keep up with the day-to-day maintenance concerns if you have any skills in maintenance, cleaning, repairing sidewalks, landscaping, keeping the upkeep of the prisons, of these aging prisons. They're required to work 60 hours a week at their job assignment.
And a lot of their work is done to maintain the prison that holds them.
Correct. They are basically in the business of prison world. 85% of prisons upkeep are done by inmate labor and utilizing them to keep the facility operating.
So prisoners assist in cooking and cleaning and repairing and mowing grass, you said?
Yes, sir. They prepare meals, they launder the clothes, they paint the buildings, landscaping, and any kind of repair of plumbing or framing or anything.
What if the inmate says, no, I'm not going to do this work? What happens?
What happens when any prisoner or inmate refuses to work, they will get a disciplinary report, which basically is a rule infraction. Refusing to work, and what the process is, if you refuse to work, you get placed in administrative confinement, as we often know in the business as the whole, the confinement unit. You will go through an administrative process in which the individual inmate being charged with the rule infraction will have an opportunity for it to be investigated based on the officer's report. They can call for witnesses. At a period of time, they will come across the disciplinary board, which is 2 members and sometimes 3 members of the institutional classification team. At that time, they will plead their case, and that team will make the decision with what the outcome is. And in most cases, you're found guilty, given a sanction of time, gain time. And what happens is the individual will not do anything but his legal paperwork, review weekly, and eventually, if they meet all the expectations.
Let us talk about inmates who are not sentenced to life without possibility of parole, but who are sentenced to death and are waiting their executions on death row. Can you describe a death row cell to us, please?
Yes, and those, if I can digress a little, those who are sentenced to death go through a different process. They will be normally taken to RNC in North Florida, get processed within a couple hours, and they're taken to either correctional institution. An inmate who is sitting on death row, the environment is slightly different. These are individuals that are housed alone in a 6x9 cell, toilet, and stainless steel sink. They are permitted to have their own TV in their cell. They are not required to work, and they are not required to leave their cell. The meals are brought to them. Their laundry is brought to them. They have changed things on death row in the last 2 years, in which now inmates on death row have more time outside of their cells assigned to them where they can communicate with their family. They have day room time in which they can interact with other inmates, additional recreation time outside of the cell as well.
When a death row inmate is permitted time out of his inmates, is he by himself? Tell us about that.
No, he shares it with several inmates, 5 to 6, 7 inmates, when they're in their day room time, so they're in contact with other inmates on the same status on death row. Recreation, they also have access to other inmates, playing basketball and having more out of cell time with other inmates in their same custody level.
Why are the inmates sentenced to death? Why don't they work?
The requirement is that those individuals, because of their custody level, there's very limited work assignments, and because of the security grades, the expectation of the high risk, and these are the individuals, because of their sentence, have to be watched at all times and placed in a secure environment. Giving them work assignments, it's not conducive to that environment. Often they can help out if they want, but they're not required because of their custody level and the security aspects that go with it in supervising them.
Florida prison and all those awaiting execution are there?
Yes, for the men, it's Union Correctional Institution, and for the women, it's at the Lowell Correctional Institution.
How many are presently on death row, do you know?
Death row as of today.
It seems to me there have been a great number of executions so far just this year. Do you know how many?
I think approximately first reached out to me.
So she knew of your reputation and work in this field then?
I worked with her on some of the cases.
What were you requested to do?
I was requested to review all his corrections records, whether at the county jail or if he had any kind of prior prison, assess the records that were provided to me and give my professional opinion on how his adjustment has been while he's been in a corrections environment. And in this particular case for the last 7+ years.
Do you review records? What do you do?
Yes, I review records. I reviewed in this particular case over 220 records for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office jail operations based on his state since he's been booked there.
Did you get a chance to meet with or speak to Jose at any point?
Yes, I met with him on August 1st of 2025 for about an hour and a half at the St. Lucie County Jail, in which I had an in-person structured interview to meet with him.
Has Jose been in the St. Lucie County Jail since September 2018 consistently?
Yes.
Did you review any disciplinary reports regarding Jose Soto-Escalera from the St. Lucie County Jail during his 7 years? How many DRs or disciplinary referrals did you see in the records?
He technically had 3, but it's the way some jails do it, they lump them together. He had a disciplinary report back in 11/14 of 2019, and it was for unauthorized area walk count, in which basically he was found guilty of that. Basically during the count time in which they account for inmates, he was not where he should have been. They accounted for him, but he was not in the assigned area, in which they keep 30 days probation, which basically means don't mess up again or we'll take your privileges. And then in April 24th, 25, he had taken his table and some chairs to his cell, and when they were getting ready to lock down so he could play cards. So they actually wrote him up for having a plan and causing a disturbance to operations in which he shouldn't have done it, but unfortunately he got caught and he was given a disciplinary infraction in which he pled guilty to.
Any disciplinary referrals regarding fighting, violence toward other inmates or towards guards?
No, none of the records provided to me show any incidents or anything relating to any kind of violence, either with other inmates or with any of the staff or the corrections officers.
Do you yourself speak Spanish, in English or Spanish or both?
I spoke to him in English. He speaks Spanish. We might have said a few words in Spanish, but everything was English-based.
Based on your training and years of experience and having reviewed the records, is 7 years of incarceration consistently sufficient for you to review Jose's situation and render an opinion about his future behavior while in custody?
Yes, sir. 7 years is a good amount to the environment, both from a medical, physical perspective as well as behaviors. Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude specifically then about Jose Soto-Escalera's suitability or unsuitability to be a...
My years of experience in training, here you had an individual who was booked for a crime which was well publicized. The individual has been at the county jail, which understanding the county jail environment and the prison environment, so that has its different misdemeanors to major felony cases, where the population in the county jail is very fluid. didn't see anything, didn't see in his records that gave the impression or alluded to him not adjusting well. He followed all the rules. 7 years, he did receive 2 DRs. They were not major DRs. In fact, one was just getting from jail for 7 years with a fluid inmate population, where in that environment, inmates tend to victims or victors. At the end of the day, he stayed there. Well, regulations in that environment.
When you met with Jose, did you have a chance to discuss his work history at all?
Yes, I did. Had the education in which he told me he did not obtain his high school diploma, but he did obtain many other trades. He has experience in the carpentry field, profession, construction, laborer, framer. Some of the very.
Do any of those skills and abilities equip him to be a useful worker as a prisoner?
Someone like him, based on the center and end up at a permanent camp, what they do is they interview him based on his skills. Because unfortunately, prisons are, getting old and aged. So basically, we assign work assignments, painters, general maintenance, and someone like him, who after a period of 60 to 90 days, who has done the entry-level jobs such as inside grounds and heat, and they've proven to be a good worker based on the review. We'll get it every week and every month by the officers. Will be so he can use his skills to help the upkeep of the prison, and basically it's at the expense of the inmate being held accountable to perform those duties based on the need of the institution.
Did Jose's charges and current placement at the jail for these 7 years render him ineligible from participating in jail educational programs?
Based on the records I've seen, and because when you have cases like this, based on the highest level, they do not, most jails like St. Lucie do not offer them the opportunity to have those education programs. And most likely, when he goes, that will be the same approach. The investment, if sentenced to life, will not be for someone like him. They will utilize him for labor, and what he can help is sweat equity.
Could you clarify as far as how it's been in the jail and what it would be like in general population? It seemed to me that you're equating the two, and then there was a difference between the two. I wasn't sure what you were saying, what it would be like in prison and how it's been in the jail. Do you want to just clarify your answer?
Okay, no, okay, Your Honor. So to clarify that, so in the jail environment, referencing that was based on his adjustment in the jail, environment period of time, based on evidence that come out of the jail environment. Based on his 7 years, he's adjusted well, which based on my experience, someone like him who ends up in the prison system should adjust well. The only difference in the prison environment, Your Honor, is those individuals are actually assigned to that prison for several years, and we assign them based on their labor skills and what they can do to keep the facility operating.
Thank you.
As long as Mr. Burns is comfortable with the answer, that's fine.
Yes, that's all right. Thank you, Judge. Now, I think you may have answered this question already. If this jury recommends that Jose be executed, and that's what the judge welcomed into the system at the North Florida Reception Center, and then he would go.
Correct. It's normally done within several hours. They basically process them and move them into death row status.
Where would he go? Do you know?
Center. The student is actually 4 Newtown reception centers. He will be from 6 to 12 weeks as he goes into the assessment process. And based on his medical grade, dental grade, psych grade, his assessment for classification, as well as his security level, he will be assigned to a permanent housing where we have most of the prisons that are housed life inmates.
Now, in reviewing your notes here, I see that in Florida Department of Corrections that are characterized as faith and character facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, they're known as faith and character-based facility.
And would Jose be a good fit for a faith and character facility?
The criteria for that is something he would have to earn. You have to have anywhere from 24 to 36 months in the prison system without any rule infractions, any kind of violence, in which at that point, wherever he's assigned, he can put in for that path. But that goes through an assessment process through classification and gets approved all the way in central office. So it's something that he would have to earn and not automatically considered for.
So you have reviewed Jose's records, you have met with him, you have the experience and education that you have told us about. Do you believe that Jose could contribute and be a contributor, even if it be only to the state prison system, if he were sentenced to life without parole?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I do.
The jury has been told by authoritative sources before life without parole in Florida.
Yes, he was sentenced to the Department of Corrections, the prison fence line, unless they're required to go out for a medical run, which the proper security components. Other than that, they will expire their life in prison and be.
Cross-examination?
No questions from the state.
May Mr. Bonasco be released at this time?
You may, Judge. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, I'm going to end the Zoom. Sir?
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are others? Okay, so okay. Zoom. And did you need a break at this time? Or?
No, we can proceed unless
Okay.
the jury needs a break.
Jury need a restroom break? No, we're good? Okay, you may call your next witness.
Is Lucinda Cook, may we have her?
Sure.
evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
The witness, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Sit real close to that microphone in front of you, ma'am. Tell us who.
I'm Luke.
Oh. You see Jose?
I used to date him many years ago.
Can you give us a time frame?
2006 for about 4 or 5 years.
2006 to. And how well would you say you know Jose?
I knew the man that I was with back then very well.
You know that he has now been convicted of murdering a lady and her unborn baby, correct?
Yes.
And you're not here to quarrel with the jury about that.
No.
But is it fair to say that you do not recognize that murder in the Jose that you knew?
Absolutely not.
What were your circumstances when you met Jose?
I was just getting out of an abusive relationship. A 10-year abusive relationship.
Did you have children?
4, 2, and a newborn.
How did you meet Jose?
A barbecue, a friend's barbecue.
And was it a slow developing relationship or swiftly developing?
I mean, we dated for a year before we lived together.
Did you live together for that 4 or 5 years? Yes, say
Yes,
yes
yes,
or no.
I did.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Just so the record has it.
Yes.
Everybody knows what you mean, but the record needs to be clear. And you were about how old then when you met Jose?
20.
How was he with your young children?
He loves children.
React to Jose.
They liked him as well.
Relationship with Jose.
I was just getting out of an abusive relationship, so I wasn't very nice to him. New to do to display a great characteristic.
Did Jose coming out of that relationship?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Your children. You indicated that I think maybe as a result of where your head was at coming out of that relationship, you're not always very nice to Jose.
I'm sorry.
You characterize it, is that correct?
Yes.
How so?
Everything's worth an argument. I pushed his motorcycle down the driveway. I spit in his face. Told him to leave.
When you had disagreements and arguments with Jose, did he get violent with you?
Never, ever.
I
didn't even get an argument out of him.
I think you just told us in one of your disagreements you spat upon him. How did he react to that?
Just wiped it off.
You made a motor job, loved it. What did you do to it?
Pushed it down the driveway.
Because you were angry at him?
Because he wasn't moving fast enough. I was really mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think was that toward the end of the relationship you had enough, you said to go, but you punctuated that request by damaging his motorcycle?
I was just mean, and he wasn't moving fast enough. I don't know.
What did
It's a
he
lot of
do?
years ago.
What did he do? Did he sue damage control?
Yeah, he was right there.
What did he do to you?
Nothing. He just picked up the motorcycle and drove away.
So despite provocations, you have not ever seen Jose to be violent, is that so?
I've never seen the man be violent, and his occupation was a bouncer. I never even seen him fight a man.
And even when he was working security at clubs, he wouldn't fight.
Never. He was like a clown.
The women in Jose's life, correct? And that's kind of why you two, why you ended it with him.
I just had a drama-free life, and the extra drama from having multiple kids' mothers. I just didn't witness it
One number of Jose's other women would occasionally come around and interrupt your life. Is that correct?
because of their own problems.
Would you describe Jose as easily excited and angered, or a calm person?
I'm not sure that I've ever seen him super angry, not to a violent state. I mean, mad at something, not angry enough to do something.
You know, earlier today I told the judge, and then later I told this jury that a lot of witnesses I was counting on didn't show up, but you are here. Why have you come?
Joselito did everything during our 4-year relationship that he should have to display great characteristic of a man for my children. He would an example of a man that I should have probably treated a little better. And I was just, I can't sleep at night knowing that he's gonna lose his life. And I was so mean to him for no reason at all.
Well, we don't know that yet. Do you want him to lose his life?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have from you, man. Thank you so much.
Examination.
So, okay, so let me just figure out, you started dating the defendant in 2006, is that right?
Late 11, 12, yeah.
2012? Okay, and if I understand correctly, you used to work down here at the gas station located at Midway and Selvas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you used to see the defendant every once in a while when he'd come into the gas station, right?
Yes, sir.
And if I recall correctly, you did not speak to him when he came in.
I never spoke to him again until recently, after I left him.
Right, so when the defendant would come into the gas station, you ignored him
And treat him like a stranger.
and treated him like a stranger, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and then from 2012 up until just a few weeks ago, 10 years went by and you didn't speak a word to him.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then when you did speak to him again just a few weeks ago, was that after the trial started?
I'm not sure. I didn't follow it or his situation. I've been getting phone calls from his children trying to get me to talk to him, but I didn't know why. I didn't know, I didn't follow. I don't watch TV. So I didn't know what was really going on. And I prayed on it for a while before I made my decision to help him.
Okay, but you said you spoke to him for the first time after 13 years a few weeks ago.
Mhm.
So my question is how many weeks? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? How many, what would you say?
Let's go with a month. I don't know. I wasn't really recording dates. I didn't think I was.
A month. Okay, gotcha. And a lot can change with somebody after 13 years, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. No further questions.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. May Ms. Cook be released from subpoena if she is under subpoena at this time?
Yes, sir, she's on speech.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. You're released from your subpoena at this time. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. Members of the jury, as I told this morning, we're going short this afternoon. We are evening. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Avoid all right, we'll see you in the morning. Coming at 9:30, so we're on track. Good evening.
Okay, guys, we're going to jump over to the other trial.
Deputy Feathers, Matthew.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so I was actually, I've been writing them down. 06 and 07.
Thank you so much. I got you. Thank you so much for checking.
Success. That's all I wanted. Got your name, Corporal. Welcome back. We're okay?
Yes.
You didn't overdo it. Did you save room for dinner?
Please call your next witness. State House Sergeant Fowler.
Thank you so much. I got you. Thank you so much for checking this.
Success. That's all I wanted.
Got your hand in the courtroom.
Welcome back. We're okay? Yes. You didn't overdo it. Did you save room for dinner? Please call your next witness.
Steakhouse Sergeant Fowler.
Sergeant Fowler, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
So
do.
help you God.
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Sergeant Cecil Fowler, Cecil, Fowler, Fowler.
And where are you employed?
With the Memphis Police Department.
And how many years have you been with MPD?
23 and a half years.
Are you counting down?
Yeah.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently a sergeant, which is a detective or investigator with the Felony Response Unit. Midnight shift.
And is that where you were assigned back in February of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Can you describe for the jury what felony response does?
Each precinct, which there are 9 precincts, 10 if you count the traffic unit, they have their own sergeants, detectives like me that handle all their cases in that precinct. They work 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. When they go home, we have a felony response Charlie shift, which is 4 p.m. to midnight, and then my shift, which is felony response midnight to 8 a.m. We handle all the felony cases in the city for all the precincts, so that they can go home and be with their families.
Now, did you become involved in the murder investigation of Danielle and Kennedy Coyle?
I did.
How did you become involved?
We got a call from the scene lieutenant that the officers had found a car that they at first thought was maybe stolen. It's in the area of Sedgwick and I forget the other street. It's an area where a lot of stolen cars are left, stripped. It was raining. They came across the car, thought it was stolen, ran the tag, sent a car. It didn't come back stolen, but they sent a car to the owner's address. When that car got there, they were asking the mother, Danielle Hoyle. I said, yeah, that's my daughter. You know where she's at? No, but she should be with her I think it was a 2-day-old, 1.5-day-old, 2-day-old newborn. When the cars were over there, the officers on the scene where the car was, the rain had stopped. They got out and noticed that there were bullet entry holes going into the car. They checked the area, and then they found a body just, I think, south of there in like a little ditch area. I never made the scene, but I know they said it was not far from the car.
And at that point, what did you do next?
I was told to stand by. We sent 2 cars to that scene. 2 of my partners, my investigators, went to the scene where the car was. Another investigator went to the mother's house where the car was registered, Danielle's house. I think her mom's name is April. Sent a car over there. They had me stand by because we knew there should have been a baby there, a newborn. There was no car seat, but there was I guess it was a baby bag, with Pampers and stuff, and maybe that was there. And they had talked to the mom, the officers had, and so we knew there should be a baby somewhere. We had a body, we believe it was Danielle, and where's the baby? So they had me stand by because they were going to give me information to do a city watch, which was going to be probably turned into an Amber Alert. And so I was standing by at the office for them to get back to me.
And did that become an Amber Alert?
I believe it did, but I can't be for sure. I don't remember if it got that far that quick.
And your city watch was for 2-day-old Kennedy
Kennedy,
Coyle.
yes.
Now, are you sort of helping coordinate the various scenes at this point?
Kind of. Our lieutenant, who's the step above me as my supervisor, went to the scene where Danielle's car was found, as well as the 2 other investigators.
And to be clear, was that Levi Sedgwick?
Yes, Levi Sedgwick. And so I was at the office. They were trying to call me because we had another Sergeant Williams was at the mom's house.
Now, at some point in time, did you receive information that a Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information did you receive?
The mother had told April, I believe was her name, had told.
Just a moment, please. Would you like to respond to the objection?
It's effect on the listener to explain the next step that he took based on that information.
Then, Your Honor, I would submit he should have stated what the next step he took was. He doesn't have to include the hearsay information.
Do you want to rephrase your question so that he can answer it accordingly? I will sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Fowler, you already stated that you received information that Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And taking that information, what did you do next?
I had one of my other partners, Sergeant Rouse, see if he could find some information on Brandon Isabel. He was able to look up find a Tennessee DL photo of him. He sent it to me.
When you say DL, do you mean driver's
license? I'm sorry. Driver's license. He sent the picture to me. I sent it to Sergeant Williams, who was on the scene with Danielle's mom, April. And I asked her, I said, ask her mother if this is Brandon.
Okay, guys, we're getting it back to where we were when we lost the power.
Welcome back. You're okay?
Yes.
You didn't overdo it. Did you save room for dinner?
Angela, pause for a minute, please.
Please call your next witness. State house.
I think this is where we did start it. So if the guy is on the stand, we'll put it back on the other testimony, I guess. I don't know. I'm lost. All right, go ahead.
Now, did you become involved in the murder investigation of Danielle and Kennedy Coyle?
I did.
How did you become involved?
We got a call from the scene lieutenant that the officers had found a car that they at first thought was maybe stolen. It's in the area of Sedgwick and I think it's the other street. It's an area where a lot of stolen cars are left, stripped. It was raining. They came across the car, thought it was stolen, ran the tag, sent a car It didn't come back stolen, but they sent a car to the owner's address. When that car got there, they were asking the mother, you know Danielle Hoyle? I said, yeah, that's my daughter. You know where she's at? No, but she should be with her. I think it was a 2-day-old, 1.5-day-old, 2-day-old newborn. When the cars were over there, the officers on the scene where the car was, the rain had stopped. They got out. They noticed that there were bullet entry holes going into the car. They checked the area, and then they found a body just, I think, south of there in like a little ditch area. I never made the scene, but I know they said it was not far from the car.
And at that point, what did you do next?
I was told to stand by. We sent 2 cars to that scene. 2 of my partners, my investigators, went to the scene where the car was. Another investigator went to the mother's house where the car was registered, Danielle's house. I think her mom's name is April. Sent a car over there. They had me stand by because we knew there should have been a baby there, a newborn. There was no car seat, but there was I guess it was a baby bag, like you put Pampers and stuff in maybe, that was there. And they had talked to the mom, the officers had, and so we knew there should be a baby somewhere. We got a body, we believe it was Danielle, and where's the baby? So they had me stand by because they were going to give me information to do a city watch, which was going to be probably turned into an Amber Alert. And so I was standing by at the office for them to get back to me.
And did that become an Amber Alert?
I believe it did, but I can't be for sure. I don't remember if it got that far that quick.
And your city watch was for 2-day-old Kennedy.
Kennedy, yes.
Now, are you sort of helping coordinate the various scenes at this point?
Kind of. Our lieutenant, who's a step above me as my supervisor, went to the scene where Danielle's car was found, as well as the 2 other investigators.
And to be clear, was that Levi Sedgwick?
Yes, Levi Sedgwick. And so I was at the office. They would kind of call me because we had another Sergeant Williams was at the mom's house.
Now, at some point in time, did you receive information that a Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what information did you receive?
The mother had told April, I believe was her name, had told.
Just a moment, please. Would you like to respond to the objection?
It's a fact on the listener to explain the next step that he took based on that information.
Then, Your Honor, I would submit he should have stated what the next step he took was. He doesn't have to include the hearsay information.
Do you want to rephrase your question so that he can answer it accordingly? I will sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Fowler, you already stated that you received information that Brandon Isabel might be involved in the situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And taking that information, what did you do next?
I had one of my other partners, Sergeant Rouse, see if he could find some information on Brandon Isabel. He was able to find a Tennessee DL photo of him. He sent it to me.
And when you say DL, do you mean driver's
license? I'm sorry. Driver's license. He sent the picture to me. I sent it to Sergeant Williams, who was on the scene with Danielle's mom, April. And I asked her, I said, ask her mother if this is Brandon Isabel, the baby's father. And she asked her, and she sent back a message to me and said, yes, this is Brandon.
And was that your attempt to make sure that everyone was talking about the same person?
Yes.
Now, did you end up going to 5061 Stacy Road?
I did later on, yes.
And what was located, well, why did you go to that location?
Lieutenant Taylor called me from the scene, she was at the scene of where the original car was found, Danielle's car was found. There was information that Brandon's car was there, and they wanted a search warrant for the car. And I believe, I don't know if he was dating the girl. I can't remember her name. It starts with an A.
Was it Artesia?
Artesia. She lived at that house where the car was on Stacy. And I guess they had been there before he was located in Cordova. So they wanted me to give a warrant for his car and her room in the house.
I am going to hand you a stack of photographs.
Okay.
You have I would like you to just take a look through the photographs, see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do recognize all these pictures.
Okay. Now, you were saying that there was a search warrant for a vehicle at Stacy Road.
Yes,
Was that a Chevy Malibu?
it was.
And was there also a search warrant for the house at Stacy Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs that you just looked through, are those from both the house and the Chevy Malibu on Stacy Road?
Yes, they are.
And were you present for the search of those locations?
I was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be state's exhibits in sequential order 67 through 75. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Go ahead, please.
Now, Sergeant Fowler, go one by one here. This is for the record.
Yes.
This is Exhibit 67. What are we seeing here?
You're looking at the front of the house on Stacy, and the vehicle that I had the search warrant for that belongs to Brandon.
And
Was
to
registered.
be clear, is that 5061 Stacy Road?
Yes, ma'am,
And that's in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee?
it is.
Now, Exhibit 68, what are we saying?
That's Brandon's car.
And could you read that tag number?
It is 3 November 3, 6 Hotel 5.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That's a Chevy Malibu, white in color.
And was that registered to Brandon Isabel?
It is, it was.
And what are we seeing in this photograph?
That's the trunk. The trunk is open. You're looking at the front of the trunk. Those are a pair of Adidas slides. They're black in color with white stripes and white Adidas on them with what appeared to be possible trace amounts of blood on them.
And to be clear, were those in the trunk of the Chevy Malibu?
They were.
And we have Exhibit 70. What are we seeing here?
That is the center console. That is an empty Kydex holster, which Kydex is like a plastic kind of holster, kind of like we carry, but it's just a cheaper kind, if you will. It's just plastic holster.
For a gun?
For a gun, yes.
Thank you. Okay. And then what are we seeing here?
That is also the center console, and that is a Glock magazine that contained 16 9mm live rounds. That was also in the center console.
And is that, so that is in the same console where the holster was found?
Yeah, center console between the driver and passenger seat.
And this would be Exhibit 71. What are we seeing here?
That is the front passenger floorboard, and that is an Apple Watch that's on its side. And it had a cracked front screen.
All right, and Exhibit 73.
That is a pair of, that's the front passenger seat, and right there where the placard number 6 is, you can see a pair of black gloves with some writing on them. On one of the gloves there, you can kind of see a cockleburr, which is one of those sticky, little prickly, it's a weed that they grow in by rivers, watery areas, but they can grow in fields too. And so we saw that and thought that was kind of odd, so we decided to take those right away.
And we're looking at Exhibit 74. Is this a closer look at those gloves?
Yes, that's a closer look at the gloves, and you can see the cockleburr would be the right hand right here where the pinky meets the
little
hand. Yeah.
brown right here.
Yeah, yeah.
And Exhibit 74, or I'm sorry, 75. What are we seeing right here?
That's, you got some Walmart bags with, it looks like kind of a stuffed animal and some other miscellaneous child stuff in there. We didn't really go through that a whole lot. We kind of went through, it looks like mostly child's clothing and stuff like that.
Was it baby items?
Yes.
And did that kind of end your involvement in the case?
Yeah, well, after that, we did go and serve the search warrant on the house as well.
And were you out there with Crime Scene Officer Cole?
I was. He took the pictures.
And so with felony response, is it fair to call felony response kind of the after hours investigators?
Yes. If you get a homicide or sex crimes, missing person, drive-by shooting, robberies, any kind of felony at night, we go to it first.
And then do you hand that off to the appropriate bureau?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, would it have been handed off to homicide?
To homicide, yeah. They get called, in the case of homicides, they get called right after we're sent to the scene. We start doing their job. Within half hour to an hour, they meet us. We update them with what we got, tell them, here's what I did. I've got witnesses, suspects, whatever the case may be. Here's what we've done. Hand it off to them, and then we just help them, whatever they need.
You lend support as needed?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Now, the state's next witness will be Artesia Stewart.
Ms. Stewart, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Artesia Stewart. That is spelled Artesha. Stewart, Stewart.
And how old are you, Ms. Stewart?
I'm 27.
Have you always lived in Memphis?
Yes.
And where do you work?
I'm working at FedEx right now.
About how long have you worked in FedEx?
On and off roughly, I want to say about, well, I want to say since I was 19.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
One,
And what's your child's name?
Aaliyah,
And how old is she?
4.
I want to take you back to 2021. Where were you living at that time?
Living with my mom
And where was that?
in Memphis.
I'm sorry?
In Memphis,
Okay. And what was your street address?
5061 Stacy Road.
I'm going to show you what has previously been entered as Exhibit 67. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is that a picture of?
my house.
Now, where were you working back in 2021?
FedEx.
And did you meet someone by the name of Brandon Isabel?
Yes.
Did he also work at FedEx?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
With the black and blue shirt and black tie.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Now, did you actually meet Mr. Isabel at FedEx when you were working?
Yes.
And at some point, did you start dating?
Yes.
Do you remember about when that was?
June 2021.
And where did he live when you first met?
He lived in Cordova on his own.
Where, I'm sorry?
He lived in Cordova.
Was he living with anyone at that time?
No,
Was it a house or an apartment?
apartment.
And at that time, were you aware whether he was married or single?
At that time, from what I know, he was single. And then I found out he was married.
And to your understanding, were he and his wife separated?
Yes,
And do you recall what her name was?
yes.
What is her name?
Zaria,
Now, did they have any children?
yes.
How many?
1,
And what was that child's name?
Kingston,
And do you recall back in 2021, early 2022, how old Kingston was?
5.
Now, you said that you had one child, Aaliyah. Is Brandon Aaliyah's father?
No,
Did you have Aaliyah before you were in a relationship with Brandon?
yes.
Now, I'm going to take you back to January of 2022. At that point in time, about how long had you and the defendant, Mr. Isabel, been dating?
Can you repeat that?
Okay. Back in January of 2022, were you still dating Mr. Isabel?
We were on and off dating.
And about how long had you been in a relationship, whether it was off or on?
6 months.
And at that point in time, had he moved to a different place?
Yes,
Where was he living then?
his parents.
Did they also live in Cordova?
Yes,
And were they in a house or an apartment?
house.
Now, did you know someone by the name of Danielle Hoyle?
Yes,
How did you know Danielle?
through Brent.
Did Danielle also work with you guys at FedEx?
Yes,
And did you become aware that the defendant and Danielle had had a sexual relationship at some point?
Yes.
Now, while you and the defendant were dating, did you and Danielle have any confrontations?
Yes.
And when you say confrontations, what are you talking about?
More so of a he say, she say confrontation type thing.
Are we talking physical confrontations?
No.
Are we talking verbal confrontations?
Yes.
Did those happen face to face?
No.
How would those happen?
Through, like, someone would say something, bring it back to me. She would say, I would say something, then bring it back to her.
And would some of this stuff occur like over text messages?
Yes.
Now, did you become aware during that time period that you were dating the defendant that Danielle was pregnant?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about Danielle as far as the paternity of her baby?
He wasn't sure if the baby was his or not.
Did he tell you that there was a possibility it was his?
Yes.
So I want to go to mid-January of 2022. What was the status of your relationship with the defendant?
We were broken up.
Is that something that had occurred multiple times in your relationship?
Yes.
Breaking up and getting back together?
Yes.
Was it sort of a constant of your relationship?
Yes.
Did you and the defendant have nicknames for each other?
Yes.
What were they?
Pudding and Waffle and Cookie.
And so who was Cookie?
Me.
And who was Pudding?
Friend.
And is it fair for me to assume Wifey was you as well?
Yes.
Have the two of you talked about getting married at some point?
Yes.
Did he at some point give you a promise ring?
Yes.
Now, in late January, how far along was Danielle in her pregnancy?
About to give birth in January.
Okay. And during that time period, how would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, during that time period, late January, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Isabel? Was everything great? Were you guys still doing your breakup, get back together? Just describe for the jury what the status was.
Yeah, breaking up and getting back together.
Is it fair to say it was a little rocky?
Yes.
And during that time period, did you start seeing other guys?
Yes.
Did the defendant find out about that?
Yes.
Now, how did you feel about the defendant possibly having another child?
I wasn't too fun, but wasn't sure about continuing the date.
And did you express that to him?
Yes.
Did the two of you text pretty frequently?
Yes.
What was your phone number at that time?
It was 901-896-5848.
Now, I want to take you to the early morning of January 31st of 2022. Were you and the defendant texting with each other?
Yes.
What was going on in those early morning hours?
I want to say he was with Danielle and I was at home and pretty much talked that morning after he was at the hospital.
Okay, so before we get to that, so early morning, January 31st of 2022, Are you and the defendant texting back and forth?
Yes.
And what is your understanding as to where he is at that time?
He's in the hospital.
Was Danielle having the baby?
Yes.
And what was the tone of your text messages at that point?
Pretty much more so me being upset and him being upset. And pretty much me being over the relationship.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing her. You could just ask her to keep her voice up. Keep your voice up. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you repeat what you just said, that last sentence?
The last sentence, pretty much over the relationship.
Now, you mentioned that later that morning, after Kennedy was born, you met up with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And where did you guys meet up?
Mud Island.
Was that somewhere that you had met up in the past?
Yes.
And why did you meet up there?
To talk to the defendant.
Were you talking about your relationship?
Yes.
At that point, did anything get resolved?
No.
Did you want the defendant to get a paternity test on Kennedy?
Yes.
And did you actually end up buying a paternity test for him?
Yes.
And where did you buy that?
Walgreens.
And did you get that paternity test to the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you take it?
Well, he took it. I took it to him at the hospital.
Now, I'm going to take you to the night of February 1st of 2022. Where were you at the beginning of that evening?
At the beginning of that evening, I was at home.
And is that at the Stacy Roadhouse?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Pretty much just planning my daughter's birthday, my birthday, just at home.
Now, at the beginning of the evening, did you have Aaliyah?
Yes.
Did you keep her the whole night?
No.
Where did she go?
With her father.
Did he come pick her up?
Yes.
And later that night, did you end up going out?
Yes.
Now, before you went out, were you supposed to meet Mr. Isabel that evening?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was supposed to happen?
6.
And where were you supposed to meet?
At my house.
Why were you meeting?
He wanted to talk to me and my mom about our relationship.
Do you know why you wanted to talk to your mom?
With her finding out about Danielle having a baby. So she found out about him having a baby, him being separated, and she felt like there was no more of the relationship that needed to be. So I guess with her knowing, he wanted to talk to me and her about.
Were you and your mom close?
Yes.
Is she a protective mom?
Yes.
Does she want the best for you?
Yes.
Now, did he ever show up to that meeting?
No.
Was there anything significant about February 1st?
It was Brandon's birthday.
And do you recall how old he was turning in 2022?
26.
Now, throughout that night of February 1st, 2022, did the defendant text you?
Yes.
We talked about this a little bit, but did you stay at Stacy Road all night?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to my cousin's house.
And what's your cousin's name?
My Asia.
Is she your blood cousin?
No, we just grew up together.
Is she someone you've known for a long time?
Yes.
And was it early evening that you went to see Myasia or later? Do you remember?
Late evening, I want to say around 10 o'clock.
And why were you going to meet Myasia?
I went to give her a deposit for my nails for my birthday.
And where did Myasia live at that time?
I can't give the direct address, but it was between North Second and Chelsea.
And was she living in a house or apartments?
Apartment.
At that time, what kind of car were you driving?
A 2018 Kia Soul.
Do you recall about how long you stayed at Myasia's?
Until 11.
And where did you go after that?
I was headed to Dixie Lane
Why were you going to Dixie Lane?
to get some meat.
Now, during this night, are you still texting with Mr. Isabel?
Yes.
Do you recall if he asked you to get anything at Dixie Queen?
Yes.
Was that a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
Why is that?
He normally doesn't eat Dixie Queen.
Now, when you were still out and about, did Mr. Isabel share his location with you?
Yes.
Do you recall where that location was?
Walgreens at Elvis Presley and Rains.
Was that something that the two of you normally did in your relationship, share locations?
No.
Was it odd to you?
Yes.
Back at that time, what kind of vehicle did the defendant drive?
A Chevy Malibu.
And do you remember what color it was?
White.
I'm going to show you a picture, Exhibit 68, and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes.
Is that Brandon Isabel's Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Was he driving it that night?
Yes.
Did the two of you arrange to meet up?
Yes.
And where were you going to meet?
My house.
Now, who got to your house first?
Brandon.
And when you pulled up, where was he?
At my house.
Was he inside or outside?
Outside.
Was he coming out of the house or was he standing outside?
Coming out of the house.
And what happened when he came out of the house?
I was trying to park my car normally under the tree where his car is located. I tried to park my car right there.
Let me stop you just 1 second. Let me go back to Exhibit 67. Okay. So where would you normally park?
Under the tree, which is to the right of the Chrysler.
So over in this area?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you pulled up, and what happened next?
I was trying to get him to move his car so I can park to have him drive his car because he told me that he went and got gas. I didn't have any gas in my car. So when I told him to move his car, he told me we didn't have any time to move my vehicle. So we had to drive my car.
And where were you going?
To his mom's house.
Why?
He told me that he got a call from Danielle's brother and that Danielle was missing and that he wanted to talk to Brandon about Danielle's whereabouts.
And so
you left Stacy to go to, and to be clear, are we talking about Mr. Isabel's mom's house?
Yes,
And is that the house in Cordova?
yes,
And who was driving?
me,
And to be clear, whose car were you in?
my car.
How was he behaving when you were in the car?
He was pretty much on his phone a lot, texting a lot.
Having been in a relationship with him for a while, was he acting like he usually did?
No,
What happened when you got to his parents' house?
when we got to his parents' house, he went in. I stayed in the car for a minute, and then I got out. And when we went inside, Brandon was crying to his parents.
When you got to their house, did you have any weapons with you?
Yes,
What did you have with you?
I had my Smith & Wesson 40 caliber and a lime green bat.
And why did you have this with you?
After the phone call that Brandon's father had with Danielle's brother, that I think he got a text from some guy named Cortez, and he said that they was gonna come.
Just a second. There's an objection?
Withdrawn.
Go ahead, please.
He received a text message from someone named Cortez, and that they said they was gonna come and do something. So with my defense, I went and got my weapons out of my car.
Now, did you normally have your gun with you?
Yes,
Did you normally have the bat in your car?
yes,
And did you move those items into the Blackberry house?
yes.
Now, while you were there, were the police called?
Yes,
And do you recall who called the police?
yes.
Who was it?
Brandon's mom.
And did officers arrive on the scene?
Yes,
Were you eventually taken down to the homicide office downtown?
yes,
And did you give a statement to them?
yes,
Do you remember how long you were there?
yes.
How long?
8 hours.
Now, did you end up giving the police your phone?
Yes,
And did you agree to allow them to search it?
yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of photographs and see if you recognize them. We'll take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes,
And are those photos of your car that you were driving that night?
yes,
Did the police actually tell you to search your car?
yes.
I would ask that those be the next exhibits. Exhibit 76 and 77. You have permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
What is that a picture of?
My car.
And what is that a photo of?
My daughter's tablet, my daughter's face mask, her top, and 2 drinks, and the discount bag.
And was that the food you picked up that night?
Yes.
Did you even get a chance to eat it?
No.
Now, during your relationship with the defendant, did he have a gun at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall what kind of gun?
Glock. It was a 9mm.
Where would he normally keep it?
On his person.
Did he keep it in a waistband or pocket would,
inside holster.
that evening, when you got to Stacy Road, was that the first time you saw Mr. Isabel that evening?
That evening, yes.
Artisha, just to be clear, you said that you saw the defendant at Stacy Road for the first time that night, is that
Yes.
right? Had you seen him earlier that day of February 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And was that briefly at his house?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Eric, can we just take a second to switch over?
Just a moment, please. You want a 5-minute break? Jury out?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute break. No discussion of anything. If you need any coffee or water, let us know.
Excuse me, you know, we're going to still. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart, I'm going to ask you to step down in these next 5 minutes. You are still under oath. You are not to discuss your testimony with anyone. And we'll call you back up whenever defense is ready. Recess.
What stands for recess?
Mr. Massey, we're not able to get a color exhibit printed. Can we substitute this tomorrow morning with the color version of it? When we publish it, it will be in color.
You will advise the court of what that exactly is, and when you try to enter it, you'll let me know and you'll identify it on the record so that I can write it down and Madam Court Reporter know exactly what we're subbing out
Yes, Your Honor.
tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm at 78.
Mr. Christensen, I could not see her.
Nigeria in the courtroom.
Ms. Stewart? Ms. Stewart, if you please come forward and take the witness stand again, please. Before we broke, I indicated to you that you are still under oath. Mr. Massey has some questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. You met Brandon, I believe, at FedEx
Yes,
in 2021
yes,
and began dating around June. You knew it before you began dating, right?
yes.
You began dating him around June.
Mhm.
And fair to say both of you were very attracted to each other.
Yes,
Kind of both fell hard into each other.
yes,
And fell in love with each other.
yes,
And you had a daughter named Aaliyah.
yes.
How was Brendan around Aaliyah?
He was very friendly, very caring for her.
And there were many occasions that he professed his love to you,
Yes,
both in person and on text.
yes,
And vice versa, you did the same with him.
yes,
He wanted you to marry him,
yes,
and you wanted to marry him.
yes.
If things could be, I mean, if we could get this drama that was all going on. So
yes.
you pass you up this place. Thank you, that's all. Ask if you can recognize that.
Yes,
And that's a text from you, isn't it?
yes.
And who is it to?
Brandon.
And what does it say? Ready to the jury, please.
The whole thing or, okay. I said, well, I sent the picture and I texted him and I said, I just want you to be my protector, my home, my peace. Most importantly, my husband, I love you. And he texted me back and he said, I love you too, baby. Do I read the cutoff?
I'll pop yours up on the screen. Thank you. Third item, interview says the next number exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Now, public.
Go ahead, please.
This is a picture of you and Brandon together.
Yes,
It was all smiles then, wasn't it?
yes,
And you told him you wanted, most importantly to do, you wanted him to be your husband.
yes,
And he wrote you back, texted you back, and said, really the same thing back to you, I love you.
yes,
And when I love hard. I told you my goal yesterday over dinner, and that's my desire. We fought too much. And there's more of the text that evidently cut off. But you two had discussed being married
yes,
and kind of formalizing your relationship.
yes,
And to you, I believe, a relationship, it was like a statement, wasn't it?
can you repeat that?
a relationship was like a statement of your relationship with each other.
Yes.
Let me pass you this. See if you recognize it, please.
Yes.
You're not asked that be made the next number exhibit, please. And they would publish that, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And who's the lady in the white t-shirt?
Me.
And what is that on your hand?
A ring.
And how did you come to have that ring on your hand?
Brandon bought it for me for Christmas.
Was it also a proposal?
No.
Was it a pre-proposal? Kind of
Promise ring? Yes.
promisal. And it was promising you that you would, that they were gonna work out and you two were gonna get married.
Yes.
And the letter that he wrote you there, again professing his love.
Yes.
This love I have for you is so unconditional. I want to give you my all. You're growing into the woman I want to spend my life with every day, baby. You changed me and my ways. And you liked getting those letters from him at the
Yes.
time,
Yes.
right? And you would send him back 40 letters from him. Or
Yes.
text.
Yes.
And I believe at that Christmas time, when you got that ring, he also did a video of you opening it.
Yes.
And a picture where you showed the jury. One of the nicknames he gave you was Wifey.
Yes.
Along with Cookie.
Mhm.
And you called him Puddin'?
Yes.
What is that? Cookie and Puddin'.
Just names, nicknames,
His
basically.
nicknames, must be affectionate names.
Yes.
There was a problem with your relationship, right?
Yes.
That problem was Brandon was still married,
Yes.
although he was in a divorce. Right?
Yes.
And he had a child
Yes.
named Kingston,
Yes.
and they were having a big custody battle over Kingston.
Yes.
And Kingston came to your house a lot of times, didn't he? Or a
Yes.
number of times.
Mhm.
Pretty good kid.
Yes.
And in addition to Zaria, who he was having the divorce battle with, custody battle with, he also had with Danielle Hoyle, right?
Yes.
Or he had been with her, and she had become pregnant,
Yes.
and she was expecting a baby.
Yes.
And so this caused you concern. You didn't know if you wanted to commit to this, did you?
Yes.
But you loved him.
Yes.
But it was just, you had some concerns that you wanted ironed out.
Yes.
Were you and Brandon ever living together?
No.
One of your concerns was, I believe, that you were concerned about taking on 2 other kids.
Yes.
And this one kid's hard. And when you get three, it's real hard.
Yes.
And you weren't really fond of the idea of having more children.
Yes.
And one thing that you felt, I think, is it fair to say you felt very strongly that if Brandon loves you, he ought to be there with you.
Yes.
And not having to run around and do things for example, Danielle.
No.
No. Like having to go take things up to the hospital.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. One of the things you didn't like was him not putting his foot down, right?
Yes.
And one of the things he was not putting his foot down about is the Danielle and his family and her family calling him when they needed something.
No.
And he would, he'd be with you and he'd say, I've got to go and run over and do something.
Are you just referring to Danielle or are you referring to Zaria and Danielle?
Well, of course, he had that probably from both.
Yeah.
Of course, Danielle was pregnant during this time. Zaria already had Kingston, and they were fighting again anyway.
Yes.
Did y'all do much talking with Zaria?
No.
She was not easy to talk with, was she?
No.
Both of you, is it fair to say both of you questioned whether or not the child that Danielle was delivering, whether Brandon was the father?
Yes.
And that was important to you. You wanted that resolved too, didn't you?
Yes.
And this whole situation caused you a lot of stress.
No.
Didn't?
No.
Okay. Sometimes didn't you feel like it was difficult to go forward with the relationship under those circumstances? That's the stress I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that does cause problems with your relationship prospering
Yes.
and developing and becoming a marriage and a family.
Yes.
And I believe the state asked you, you two, as attracted as you were to each other, there was still on again, off again, break up, get back together, break up, make up. All right?
Yes.
Now, most of the time, who was it breaking up?
Me.
Wasn't him, hardly ever was it.
No.
And when you did break off from him, he would beg you to come back.
Yes.
And that happened more than once.
Yes.
That it happened each time y'all let her break up.
Yes.
And you would let him beg his way back
Yes.
because you love him too,
Yes.
despite the situation.
Yes.
I want to talk to you now about January the 31st. That was the day that Kennedy was born. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to Danielle that day?
Yes.
Did you talk to Danielle while she was at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you talk to her while she was in labor?
No.
Like before she had the baby?
After.
You talked to her after she had the baby?
Yes.
And your body DNA test
Yes,
Did you bring it to the hospital?
yes,
And you and Brandon had discussed this DNA test a number of times, as you know.
yes,
And the purpose was to see if he was the father.
yes,
And Danielle wanted him to sign the birth certificate after Kennedy was born. She didn't want him to, did she?
no,
Was a swab done that day for the DNA test on Kennedy?
to my knowledge, yes, that's what I was told.
We're talking now about February the 1st. Let me go back just a bit. On the 31st, you come up to the hospital. You talked to Danielle, and did you talk to Brandon?
Yes,
Where had you been before going to the hospital?
I was at a friend's house in Fraser.
Okay. Was he with you? Was Brandon with you?
No,
How did you know to come to the hospital?
I was talking to Brandon.
Okay. You all talked a lot on the phone, didn't you?
Yes,
You FaceTime a lot too?
yes,
And even when you broke up, had one of these break apart, you would still text
yes,
and talk
yes,
and FaceTime.
yes,
You just wouldn't meet personally when you were having these breakups. On February the 1st, you had to work at FedEx, right?
yes,
And while you were traveling there, you were on the phone with Brandon.
yes.
And before you got to work, you had to drop your daughter, Leah. How old was she then?
Then she was 11 months.
And you had to drop her off at your godaunt's house.
Yes,
And that was in Cordova.
yes,
And generally, oftentimes your aunt and your godaunt will be able to keep Leah for you all day while you work.
yes,
But this day she couldn't, could she?
no,
She had somewhere she had to be, and so you left for her
yes,
about 12:30,
yes,
and you picked up Leah,
yes,
and that was at the Cordova house where your godaunt lived.
yes,
And that road, that street that your godaunt lives on, is the same street that Brandon's parents live.
no,
Real close?
it's close.
Okay. And on the way back from picking Leah up, did you see his car was there?
Yes,
Did you stop?
yes,
Were you making up by this time, or was this still in flux as far as your relationship?
it was still rocky.
Still right?
Yes,
It still wasn't sure, right?
yes,
He was sure, you just weren't sure, right?
yes.
When you stopped at his house, did you stay there long? Did you guys talk a long time there?
Not to what I remember now.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I know you said to the state a moment ago that you went down to Harbortown and talked with him, met him there and talked.
Yes, on the 31st.
That was on the 31st. Okay. All right. What did y'all talk about?
We talked about our relationship.
to fix it, or what? How it could,
Wasn't sure,
so
wasn't sure about the relationship.
what you could do about it? Make it work, whether or not you were willing to
Yes,
give into this? It was a big commitment, wasn't
yes,
it? And you were very cautious about it,
yes,
and reluctant about it,
yes,
even though you loved him and wanted him to be your husband.
yes.
How long did you stay at Brandon's house when you stopped? On the way back from your garden?
I think I lived, how long did I stay?
Yeah,
I
you remember, I
stayed
know it's not
probably,
exact.
I want to say about 10 minutes, 30 minutes.
And when you stopped, was Brandon crying?
Yes,
I believe you were asked, was he crying real tears? And the answer was
yes,
yes. Why?
about our relationship.
About you, right?
Yes,
He loved you,
yes,
he wanted you with him.
yes.
Did you resolve anything at that time?
No,
Did you hug?
can you repeat that?
Did you hug? Did you hug? Were you physical at all while you were in that at his house?
No,
Just talk.
yes,
And I guess one of the things that I think you used the word drama when you talked about it previously.
yes,
You were the one bringing the drama. He was the one bringing the drama with child and married,
yes,
and with Danielle, and she's delivering soon.
yes,
You got two women there and children,
yes,
and that's the drama. And but you didn't know if you wanted to step in,
yes,
but you didn't always have to.
no,
You told him though that y'all worked together and you cared about him.
I guess, yes, yes,
But you told him you didn't want to deal with that drama.
yes,
Okay. And that you shouldn't have to.
yes,
And you left Brandon's, you went home.
yes,
Stayed there most of the day.
yes,
Was I there?
yes,
Was your mom?
yes,
Was your mom working?
no,
She's babysitting Aaliyah a lot, I'd say.
yes,
Grandmothers love to do that, don't
yes,
they? And sometime late that evening, probably around 10 o'clock, that's when you went to your cousin's house,
yes,
apartment,
yes,
and apartment number 306.
yes,
And you got there probably in the neighborhood at 10:30 at night.
yes,
That's on the first, right?
Yes.
February 1st. And you didn't stop on the way up there anywhere else.
no,
You went straight to her place because Brandon was coming to your house later.
yes,
And you let your mom know,
yes,
and she would let him in.
yes,
Your cousin's apartment, was that in the Harbortown area?
no. Downtown area, Chelsea and Second,
But to go to that place, wouldn't you go over the bridge like it goes into Harbortown
No,
on A.W. Willis?
no,
While you were at your cousin's, and I think you went there to put down a deposit, right?
yes,
For your nails, to get your nails done?
yes.
How much did it cost to get your nails done?
To get my nails done in total or the deposit?
Is it that big?
I did my deposit for 60. My nails overall was 85.
And Brandon texted you while you were at your cousin's.
Yes,
Where are you? Right?
yes,
Because he was already at your house.
yes.
And did you, give him your location in, your locator, where you push it on your phone and he can tell where you are?
Yes,
Okay. You sent your location to him, that's what I'm looking for.
yes,
Okay. And told him you're on the way. They're coming. Oh,
yes,
and that was probably in the neighborhood of 11:30.
yes,
You stopped by one Dixie Queen that was closed.
yes,
Stopped by the second one that was still open.
yes,
And so you went in and got some food.
yes,
Took it with you.
yes.
While, since you were just leaving your cousin's, Brandon went to Walgreens.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
He sent his location.
The location services showed him where to walk.
Yes,
And you got you a single rose, a red rose.
I wasn't aware of it.
Did you come to find out later
Yes,
that you're a red rose and some candy?
yes.
Hey guys, I'm still here in the background. We're dealing with doctors and we're working on things, so I'm going to stay in the background. But thank you all for watching with us, and I will come back in a little bit. Thank you for your thoughts, hugs, and prayers. We need them. Bye.
When you got home, he was very anxious. Is that a fair description?
Yes,
And he told you about the brother contacting him on Facebook.
yes,
And he told you about the brother saying that Danielle's car was missing, and she was missing, and the baby was missing.
he told me that Danielle's car been found abandoned and they wanted to talk to him about her whereabouts.
Okay. And they wanted to come talk to him.
Yes,
He asked if they could come to your place,
yes,
and you said,
no,
you said more than no. You said
Yeah.
H no, right?
yes,
Okay. And you meant that.
yes,
So he gave them his mom and dad's location,
yes,
and you guys went over there.
yes,
Did you feel like he may be in danger?
no,
They were mad at him. Right?
yes,
Didn't the threatening text that you talked about at the state say, hey, bitch, we're gonna come, we're gonna come see you.
yes,
So that's a threatening text.
yes,
And well, when you went over to his parents' home, you took your pistol,
yes,
40 caliber,
yes,
and you carried it in your backpack. You
yes,
had your backpack with you,
yes,
and you had your, what did you say it was, a lime bat?
yes, lime green.
lime green baseball bat.
Yes.
And why did you bring those things?
Once I heard about the text message, that's when I got my weapons, because at that moment I felt like I was in danger.
And you already said he was anxious. You felt like he may be threatened too? Certainly his mom did.
Yes.
Because once you got to his house and the telephone call to his dad and this last threatening text, that's when his mom called the police.
Yes.
Along with the bat, did you leave the machete, it wasn't quite a machete, but it was like a machete, in the car?
Yes.
You didn't take it in with you?
No.
And you were gonna stand by Brandon
Yes.
in this time of trouble? Right? Because he's still looking.
Yes.
At one point, I think the state was asking you about Brandon wanting to talk to your mom,
Yes.
and he didn't get to talk to her, I don't think, at that time. He texted.
No.
Huh? You pass this up to you, see if you recognize it. Does that help refresh your memory?
Yes, in December.
Not sure exactly when that was, but there's no date there on that one.
It is
There is, what is the date, please?
December 23rd.
Okay. That was right around the time that you got the ring.
Yes.
Did you buy him a ring? Did I ask you that?
Can you repeat that?
Did you buy him a ring also? You did not give it to him?
No.
I'm going to ask that remaining exhibit, please.
This is 3 pages, collective 80, or do you want to do 80, 81, 82? Thank you.
Now, public withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
You do wonder how many of them are full of lies, can't see that. This is a text that Brandon sent to your family. Right, trying to tell him you love, how much you love him.
Yes.
Says y'all might have heard this before, but I love Artesia so much, y'all, like for real. I feel she changed me. Used to be a cheater to my old women, but I don't even do that anymore, honestly. 100%. I've given her my full undivided attention, affection, love, and faithfulness. I think she makes me a better father, honestly. This was on the 25th, right? What day did he give you that ring? Did it on Christmas Day or
Christmas.
Christmas Day?
Mhm.
This was right before he gave you the ring.
Yes.
You mean a lot to him, and now he just wants to spoil you. And basically, he's telling your family what a wonderful person you are,
Yes.
and how much he loves you,
Yes.
and how much he wants to be a part of your life.
Yes.
And if I make pass this text up to you. And if you could help with the time frame on that a little bit too, please.
Well, it don't have a time frame on it.
Do you recall that one? Is that from you or is that from him?
From me.
You recognize it as being from you?
Yes.
I'd answer that would be made the next time we did it.
That's 2 pages, collective 81 is where I am. Thank you.
I think it would be fair to say that's close to around January 26th. Would you? Because after the rain thing in December,
I don't remember.
November. And basically what this has said, the jury can read it when they're in the back with it, but if you telling him how much you love him, you love him.
Yes.
It's almost what apologizing for some of the times that you back away. And it was just a tough situation, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the last of it, you say you're my first real relationship and hopefully my last. And you signed that to Isabel's.
Yes.
That was because you wanted to be his wife.
Yes.
Last one I'll pass up to you, please. For the January 31st date.
Okay, guys, I'm back listening with you. And quit making fun of us Tennessee folk. Our yeses sound like ye's.
Is that a text on the January 31st of 2022?
Yes.
And is it from Brandon to you?
Can you repeat it?
Is it from Brandon to you?
Yes.
And in it, what does he tell you?
Basically that he loves me.
I And that's what they made the next exhibit you want to put.
To be clear, earlier before we started, this is the one that you want to basically use as a placeholder until we can get a color copy we anticipate on tomorrow.
We're gonna show it in the color copy, but we're gonna replace it with a color copy.
For the purposes of the record, this is going to be 82 that has to be swapped out.
Thank you.
Is that, we had a number to give it for it,
82?
man, public,
It's published, Mr. Massey.
you make that big? Okay. Again, on January 31st, he's writing to you, calling you wifey.
Yes.
And he's basically looking forward to spending his life with you.
Yes.
And telling you he loves you.
Yes.
One more, please, Emma. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Got other questions?
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Stewart, the night of February 1st of 2022, you testified that you and Brandon were texting throughout the night. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you ended up meeting up in your vehicle, did he tell you whether he had seen Danielle that night?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He said that he met her in a Mapco and exchanged baby clothes.
Now, I want to just briefly talk to you about that last exhibit, Exhibit 82. Okay, so you said this green portion, that is a message that Mr. Isabel sent to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the blue portion, is that your response?
Yes.
Are you able to read that to the jury?
Yes. I said, just take care of your children, Brandon.
That's all I have.
Mr. Massey?
After reading that, you told us just take care of your children, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may sit down. Please approach. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, guys, so are we at the end of the day? I couldn't hear. I had the sound turned down. So Angela, is this break or are we at the end of day? Oh, we at the sidebar. I missed my sidebar sound. Sidebar. Okay, I guess I'll have to do it myself. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us. It's been a very glitchy day technically. Weather has gotten us some unfortunate power outages and such. So thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. I will be home some point tomorrow, and then we'll be back to our normal routine as much as possible starting on Monday. So here we go, back from sidebar.
Go ahead, please. State of Tennessee.
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Tennessee called Sergeant Jason Bledsoe.
Sergeant Bledsoe, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face your raise your right hand.
Hello. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate your time. Do you swear to solemnly tell the truth? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Watch step, speak up. Now.
Please state and spell your name.
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Bledsoe, Jasonbledsoe.
Where do you work?
The Memphis Police Department.
Do you have a rank at the police department?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Bledsoe, how long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
A little over 24 years now.
What's your current job assignment there?
With the digital forensic unit, we examine the mobile devices from bureaus, mainly homicide.
So you say mobile devices, what are you talking about?
Cell phones, tablets, even a drone if one was brought in.
Do you have any training or experience in relation to evaluating mobile devices?
I do, yes, sir.
What type of training experience?
It's kind of a long story. I'll try to make it short for you best I can. 1993, I joined the United States Air Force. I did active duty for about 6.5 years. 2000, I got out and joined the Air National Guard. Following that year, I joined the Memphis Police Department. And in 2007, I got called back to the military. I got detailed to the United States Army Counter-Drug Task Force. And they trained me to be an intelligence analyst, and I was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration here in Memphis, Tennessee. During my 2 years with them, I was trained to use Celebrite. Celebrite's software and hardware that is able to take mobile devices and extract the data without altering it or adding anything to the device, and examine that into a category portion report. From there, they also taught me to use PLX software. That PLX software is basically able to take call records and analyze that as well, and make it more understandable. After the 2 years I was there, I went back to the Memphis Police Department, and shortly after I became a task force officer assigned to the DEA again, and I did approximately 8 years with them. I was able to use my analytical skills that I learned as being an intelligence analyst for the cases I was working here in Memphis and abroad. In 2019, I got promoted to sergeant, and they moved me to the digital forensic unit. Once I got there, I was trained and recertified to use the Celebrite software and the PLX. And we also have a software called Breakkey. Breakkey is another type of tool that's able to extract data from a device without altering or changing anything from that device.
You mentioned the Celebrite certifications. What certifications do you have?
Currently, I have the Celebrite and PLX.
Do you have to do anything to maintain or update those certifications?
Yes, sir. Every 2 years, we get recertified with some of our software.
In your career, about how many device or mobile device extractions do you think you performed?
To date, I've extracted approximately 1,300 devices.
During this time, State of Tennessee would tender Sergeant Bledsoe as an expert in the area of forensic mobile device examinations and extractions.
No objection. Okay.
Thank you. Sergeant Bledsoe, I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Were you working on that day?
I was.
Were you in your current job position at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
Were you involved with an investigation regarding Danielle Hoyle and Kennedy Hoyle, who were missing at the time?
Yes, sir. Earlier that morning, I'm part of the CAR team, which is a child abduction response team. It basically calls in when a child's been abducted here in Memphis. I called in earlier that morning to see if I could assist on any devices that came in related to that case.
To your knowledge, were there any devices that had been recovered relating to this case?
Yes, sir. We received advice from Brandon Isabel's.
And to your knowledge, what was Brandon Isabel's involvement at this point in the investigation?
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend of who?
I can't recall the female's name. I apologize.
Was it the female who was deceased at the time, Danielle Hoyle?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive that cell phone?
I did.
Here, may I approach, pass an object to the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Bledsoe, I passed you an object. Would you take a look inside, please, and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is an iPhone 11 Pro with a SIM card attached to the back of it.
Is that the iPhone 11 Pro belonging to Brandon Isabel that you performed an extraction of?
Yes, it is.
Once you received that phone, what did you do with it?
Once we received the phone, as you can tell, the SIM card was taped to the back of it. The reason we take the SIM card to the back of it, sometimes the investigator couldn't put it in airplane mode, so it wouldn't communicate with the tower. If it was to communicate with the tower, they can actually remotely wipe that device, all the data that's on that device by logging into their account. So if it wasn't put in airplane mode, we take the SIM card out, tape it to the back, so we will not communicate with the tower. We also, I believe on this case, we were given the passcode for this and also a warrant. So we reviewed the warrant, make sure the warrant had the correct data on it, and the passcode that was given to us, we verified it and locked the device.
Sergeant Bledsoe, is there anything else inside that envelope other than the phone itself?
That's the case that was the device was in.
The case that, the device as you received it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state has to be marked as the next number exhibit number 83.
So this is an envelope containing both the iPhone 11 and a protective case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sergeant Bledsoe, in preparation for your testimony, did you prepare a PowerPoint to explain the extraction process of the cell phone?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, the court's permission as to display that PowerPoint as a monster bay.
Go ahead, please.
May we approach briefly while we're doing that?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Sergeant Bledsoe.
Sergeant Bledsoe, is this the PowerPoint that you prepared?
Yes, sir, it is.
This first slide that you have prepared, is this what is it?
It's just describing the overview of the whole case. We're on February 2nd, 2022. Sergeant Torino brought me the advice that belonged to Brandon Isabel. Also advised that he had a warrant for the device, gave me the passcode, and they're requesting the report of date range from January 1st to February 2nd, 2022. From here, basically the extraction was done with the grade key. The grade key was able to extract data off the device and use that data to put in a Cellbrite to make a reader report that it's easier to understand, that's categorized by messages, call logs, stuff like that.
So when you pull information off of a phone using grade key, can you just open it up and look at it on a computer without running it through any type of software?
No, sir. I mean, it's usually put up into a zip file, and grade key is able to put a hash on it, where it's basically, it cannot be altered. And if it was to be altered, then they could run a hasher on it to see if that file has actually changed.
And then in this next slide, there's two photographs. What are those photographs?
The first one's a picture of the device with it turned on. It's a picture with a male and a little kid, and the other one's backside of the device with the SIM card.
Is that the phone that you performed the extraction on?
It is.
The same one you showed the jury just a moment ago in exhibit 83?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Bledsoe, let's talk about extractions. What is an extraction of a cell phone?
So extracting the data off the device can be done in several different ways with different kind of software out there. In this case, we did grade key was able to actually do a full file system off that. That's basically taking the full file system off it, copying it completely, and then able to boot it in the Cellbrite. File system is pretty much more in depth compared to the other extractions. You're able to get a lot more data compared to the other ones. So having the passcode with it being unlocked, you can sometimes recover deleted data as well with that kind of extraction.
So is it fair to say that you're making pretty much an exact copy of that phone?
Correct.
Or the data that's on there?
Yes, sir.
And in this slide, I think you're talking about the actual software that you use. What software did you use?
For the extraction, we use the grade key, and for the analyzing, we use Cellbrite.
You mentioned there was a full system extraction. How does that differ from other types of extractions?
So sometimes when we can't get into the device, we have a SIM card extraction. That's the first one you see up there. That's just that little card you put into your SIM card tray, and that's what's going to communicate with the towers. Back in the old days, that SIM card had photos, it had all the good stuff on there. These days, it's mainly just your phone number. So if we can't get anything much off of the device, we'll at least pull the phone number off of that device. So that's a SIM card. The second one is the file system. That's basically what I was just talking about. That's taking the file system directly off the device, and everything that a user, when you're looking at the device, what's on the interface of that, I can get the things you cannot see, all the files that's behind all that. The logical, not as in more depth compared to a file system, but I can do categories where I extract like just your call log, your text messages, your photos, your videos, and stuff like that.
And is there another type?
Yes, the last one's like the physical. Physical, basically, it can bypass the whole phone. If you have a swipe pattern, anything like that, it will get directly everything off the device, even all the deleted data. The physical and the full file system that grade key produces are pretty much similar in definition.
And then in this slide that you prepared, what is check information?
This right here is just kind of the case information describing what it was, who brought the phone in, the case number, that's Apple iPhone 11 Pro, the phone number that's being assigned to it, which can be helpful if you end up getting call records from the phone company so you can do the tower mapping. And then the passcode that was provided that actually unlocked the device.
So what was the phone number for this phone that you performed the extraction on?
It's the one highlighted red. It's 1901-340-4649.
And below that, there's another thing called the IMEI. There's a long number after that. What is that?
That's basically the mobile equipment identifier. That's just like another serial number for it to identify that as that device.
Is it specific to an individual device?
Yes, sir.
No two devices have the same IMEI, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is this we're seeing now on the screen?
So the Great Key software is kind of neat. When we plug it in, it actually, once it identifies the phone, it would actually do a progress report. The progress report tells me exactly what it is. Is there a device name? Did he name his device? Like, Brandon's device or Brandon's iPhone. It tells me the model number, which is the iPhone 11 Pro, serial number, phone number that I just talked about, the IMEI. And then if he has his account set up, if he's logged into his Gmail, iCloud, or stuff like that, it'll produce that kind of information. Because sometimes you can't get in a phone, that iCloud account information, you could actually send a warrant to iCloud or Gmail and request their records to dig a little bit deeper into the data that you could get off the device. But if they backed up the device, then I could get that data.
You mentioned earlier about hash verification.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Hash is basically like a fingerprint. When we finish these reports, Great Key produces an automatic hash for a fingerprint. And it's able to basically say, here's that special number that's provided for this one device. If you're able to go, if you go in there and make another extraction of that one thing and change it or alter it, that hash will be different. So when I do this Great Key report and I generate the Cellbrite report, finalize it, it zips it all up, and there's this one, this is SHA-256, it's a secure hash algorithm, and that basically provides that fingerprint for that. So when the investigator opens it, he can run a hash against the file I just gave him to see if it actually matches up to what this Great Key report produced.
And that would tell that person whether anything's been altered with since the extraction has been done.
Correct. Yes. And this is pretty much was what I was basically covering, the hash values, the fingerprint for the zip file that's provided. There are two different algorithms widely used. Is the MD5, which is the message digest algorithm. And then you have the secure hash algorithm, 256-bit. That's what it's basically talking about.
Are these different ones different in their level of security or anything?
The
like that?
SHA-256 is a little bit longer digits. It makes it a little bit harder to have exact same two hash numbers ever. So there's not much difference. They do the same thing.
In this case, what type of hash value was created?
For this, actually, Great Key does the SHA-256 and the MD5. They will produce both of them for you.
Were you able to successfully perform an extraction in this case?
I was.
And did it generate a hash value for that extraction?
Yes, sir. For the actual file system itself, the zip file that's provided, the SHA-256, that extremely long alphanumeric number is the number that should be the exact same for the file system when it's hashed out later on.
Once there's an extraction completed, is it saved in a certain format?
Yes, sir.
What type of format is it saved into?
It's usually kind of put up in a zip file and saved as a file system file.
You mentioned about Great Key, you mentioned also about Cellbrite.
Correct.
Is Cellbrite a tool that is used in analyzing phones?
Yes, sir.
What type of file format does something need, a phone extraction need to be saved into for the next investigator to perform a Cellbrite evaluation?
So the good thing about Cellbrite, it not only doesn't just read the zip file, it will actually extract data as well, just like the Great Key. It's just the Great Key is a little bit more tuned more towards the iOS device, the Apple devices, stuff like that. But once you get the reports open, you're able to sit there and make a PDF report of the data you give them, HTML report, a UFDR report, Universal Forensic Device report, and XML reports. So there's several different choices.
In this case, after you performed the extraction, was it that later on passed on to another investigative officer to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And that officer then performed the actual analysis itself?
That's correct.
State pass witness.
Sergeant Bledsoe, you indicated that you had utilized Gray Key.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Gray Key has multiple functions, right? Ways that it can operate.
As in what you mean.
So if you have a passcode like you did here, it's easy.
Yes, sir.
But it also has a means by which to try to break into phones.
That's correct.
And you basically hook a phone up and it will just start running codes.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can take 5 minutes, it can take 5 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is that what you were talking about when you said, if we're able to get an extraction? That sometimes if you don't have that passcode, you can't get into the phone?
Sometimes it really depends on the device and also depends on the iOS the device is running. If the software hasn't been updated or upgraded to that iOS, then sometimes it will not get you anything. It'll just produce you a progress report. Without that, then if you can't get the SIM card out, then just go to Cellbrite and get the SIM card out and use Cellbrite to actually analyze the SIM card.
Okay. But my question is, if you don't have the passcode, getting into the phone is much harder, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, you were provided the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And along with the phone, you were also provided the passcode.
Correct.
And those came from Sergeant Torina.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at the direction of Sergeant Boyd? Do you know?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Your Honor, may we first read?
Please. Pardon me again. I'll be right with you.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Lieutenant Josh Stanley.
Lieutenant Stanley, come forward, watch your step. Stand right here, face your own, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, sir?
I do, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Sure. Joshua Stanley, Joshuastanley.
Where do you work?
For the Memphis Police Department,
How long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
19 years.
What is your current job duty assignment in the police department?
Sure.
I'm assigned to the Memphis Police Department's Real-Time Crime Center, where I'm the custodial records keeper for video surveillance, and I work on numerous technology projects.
What does the real-time crime center, surveillance center do generally?
Sure. Generally, it's a kind of is the brain for a citywide video surveillance grid that we have that you see throughout the city.
So those blue light cameras that you see driving down the streets of Memphis, is that what you're referring to, the real-time crime cameras?
Absolutely. The majority of the ones you see on city streets are owned and connected to the real-time crime.
I'd like to direct your attention back to February 2nd of 2022. Were you working on that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in an investigation regarding deceased Danielle Hoyle and a missing child, Kennedy Hoyle?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement?
I think everybody on duty that day was involved, right? We potentially were looking for a 2-day-old infant. So we were throwing every resource that we had at it. We had some information on a potential vehicle that was involved in the disappearance of the infant. We use various systems that we have at the Real-Time Crime Center to develop some preliminary search locations. One of those search locations was the north end of Mud Island at the boat ramp.
What type of car were you looking for?
So we were looking for a white Chevy Malibu, I believe.
Your Honor, if I may ask the witness, was previously marked as the Exhibit 68. Or if I may publish on the TV screen.
You want to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
You mentioned you were looking for a white Chevy Malibu. Were you given a tag number?
We were, yes, sir.
What was that tag number?
It would have been this one, 3 November 36, Hotel 5.
And when you say November Hotel, are you referring to the letter N?
Correct, yes, I'm sorry. That's phonetic alphabet that we use, so we don't confuse letters when we're talking about them.
You mentioned that you have access to the real-time crime cameras. How are you able to try to track down and narrow where a vehicle may have been?
Sure. So we have some videos that, some video systems that work like traditional video systems that you may have that just record video. And we have some what we call license plate reader cameras, right? And these cameras essentially work the same way that scanning a price tag might work. And so vehicles pass them, they grab that information, they store it in a database that's searchable when law enforcement has a reason to search for those. So in this case, we ran this plate in this system that we have at the city, and we learned that this vehicle had crossed over the A.W. Willis Bridge onto Mud Island several times after we believe the victim was deceased.
When you ran that search, you mentioned several times. Was it over the course of one day or multiple days, if you recall, that it went over the A.W. Willis Bridge?
So I think it was several days in a row, if I remember correctly, but certainly during the target time where we're looking for the infant, right?
And when we talk about the A.W. Willis Bridge, can you describe, where is that here in Memphis?
Sure. So it's the bridge that goes from what people would think of the Pench District over into Mud Island, into the roundabout, right? The tall bridge that we drive over to enter Mud Island. It's basically just one way in, one way out. There is an exit on the north end, but the majority of traffic uses the A.W. Willis Bridge to get on and off of Mud Island.
Now, may I approach to pass the witness a photograph?
Go ahead, please.
Since Stanley has passed you a photograph, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir. It's like a Google overview map of Mud Island and the city of Memphis.
You're asked this time marked as State's Exhibit 84. Excuse me, Exhibit 84.
No objection.
Your Honor, requesting permission to publish.
Go ahead, please.
Could you please kind of point out by describing on the map where the A.W. Willis Bridge is and where Mud Island is?
Sure. So Mud Island would be the kind of P-shaped piece of land there next to the Mississippi River to the right or to the east of it. And the A.W. Willis Bridge would be that bridge that you see crossing over that inlet of water just a little north of that big Cypress Lodge icon on the map. That would be it, yes.
When you look back at the license plate reader cameras on the A.W. Willis Bridge, do you recall what were the dates and times that license plate was seen going over the bridge onto Mud Island?
I don't particularly remember the dates. I need to reference that material. There should be a Genetech report in the file.
Would reviewing that report refresh your recollection?
It would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Lieutenant Stanley, have you had a chance to look at that report?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
When, in relation to February 1st, 2022, did the car drive over the A.W. Willis Bridge on that day?
It did at 10:58 p.m. and then again at 11:16 p.m.
I'd also like to direct your attention to January 31st, 2022. Were there any instances on that day where the license plate associated with Mr. Brandon Isabel drove over the A.W. Willis Bridge on Mud Island?
Yes, at 5:55 a.m. on the 31st.
Now, you also, may I approach you to retrieve that document, Your Honor? Lieutenant Bledsoe, you also mentioned that there are cameras, real-time crime cameras.
Correct.
Did you review any footage from those cameras?
I did.
Where specifically did you look when reviewing the footage?
So we looked at various places along Island Drive. We have quite a bit of video surveillance down there, and we were able to locate a white sedan, a white Malibu passing during those time frames, where we're also seeing the captures of the plate coming over the bridge.
Where is Island Drive?
Sure. So Island Drive is going to be the main drive running north and south on the island. Right there is a good indicator. Thank you. Yes, it's going to be the street that runs just east of the park when you're down at Mud Island, the main drag.
Are there real-time camera cameras on Mud Island?
Yes, sir.
Around about how many?
I would say probably a dozen.
Are there some situated along Island Drive itself?
Yes, sir.
When you reviewed those cameras along Island Drive, what did you find?
We found that white Malibu coming over the bridge, going to the north end of the island, and then making a trip down to the south end, then returning back to the north before exiting.
Have you had a chance to review the video of the white sedan going up and down Island Drive during the time after plate registered crossing the bridge?
Yes, sir.
And has that footage been stitched together to make one continuous video of the different instances?
Yes, sir.
Is that compilation of stitched together video a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you reviewed from the Real-Time Crime Camera Center video?
It is.
This time, requesting to approach to pass an object to the witness. Lieutenant Stanley, I passed you an object. Do you recognize that object?
I do. It's a thumb drive, and it has my initials and MPD badge information on it.
So have you previously reviewed the video on the thumb drive?
I have, yes, sir.
Did you then initial it once you finished reviewing it?
Yes, sir.
This time I asked that the flash drive of compilation of Mud Island real-time crime camera video be entered as Exhibit 85.
No objection.
Requesting permission to publish once marked.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senator Bledsoe, right now, are we looking in what direction?
So we would be looking to the north. You can see the pedestrian sidewalk here on the left and the grass. The river would be to your left or to the west.
What about now?
So in this case, we again, we're looking north there. You can see the illuminated pylons on the upper corner of the video screen for the pedestrian path. And then this would be looking southbound here.
Which direction is the white sedan traveling?
So in this case, the sedan would be traveling north.
And then the vehicle we just saw pass by.
And there it is going south.
So at this point, it's turned around and going back.
Correct.
Now, looking at the top of the video, is there a date and time stamp?
There is, yes, sir.
And those date and time stamps, are they for each video clip that's here put together?
Correct.
So approximately what time is this clip occurring?
So this would be 11:10 p.m. and 31 seconds.
And the vehicle is traveling in which direction at this time?
So it's coming south.
In this footage, are there many other vehicles around driving up and down Island Drive?
No, sir, this appears to be the only vehicle.
Are there many white sedans?
This appears to be the only one.
About how many passes does this white sedan make up and down Island Drive?
So it appears to go, come onto the island, go all the way to the north, then drive all the way to the south, then go back up to the north before leaving the island.
What time is it now on the cameras?
So it is 11:20 p.m.
And during the course of the stalking, was the vehicle taking another loop, traveling southbound again and now northbound?
That is correct.
What time is it now?
So it's 11:35 p.m.
Sergeant Bledsoe, excuse me, Lieutenant Bledsoe. Were still shots from the, I called you Bledsoe, my apologies. Lieutenant Stanley, were still shots taken from these real-time tracking cameras?
Yes, sir.
I may approach to pass collection of 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
please.
4, 5 photographs. Lieutenant Stanley, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, these would be taken from the video we just reviewed.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of still shots from the video that we just reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Here on this time state asks you marked as exhibit number 86.
86 collected, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Requesting permission to publish once marked.
Yes, sir. Go there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Once more.
Lieutenant Stanley, is this the first photograph in the series of collected exhibit 86?
Yes, sir.
And what does it depict?
A white sedan that is northbound on Island Drive.
Approximately what time is the timestamp in that?
So this would be 11:04 p.m.
Moving on to the second page of the collected exhibit 86. What is this?
So this is a white sedan southbound on Island Drive at 11:10 p.m.
Moving to the third page of collected 86. What is this?
So this is showing the vehicle northbound again at 11:17 p.m.
And moving to the fourth page of collected 86.
The vehicle southbound at 11:19 p.m.
And moving to the fifth and final page of collected 86. Was what about this photograph?
Southbound again at 11:25 p.m.
So slightly different time than the
Correct.
previous, correct?
Correct.
Aside from researching the camera system and looking at the license plate readers, did you have any other involvement in the investigation of this case?
I did. I made the scene at the north end of the boat ramp to operate a drone to essentially search for the infant that we believe may have went into the river at that location.
If we could display the map that was exhibit 84. Lieutenant Stanley, looking at exhibit 84, the map of Mud Island, you mentioned the boat ramp on the north end of Mud Island.
Yes.
Sir, if I may approach to pass the pointer, or may pass the pointer to the witness.
Go ahead, please.
So right here would be the north end where the Wolf River dumps into the Mississippi.
Where's the Wolf River?
So the Wolf River is this tributary that you see right here coming into the Mississippi.
What were you doing at the boat ramp?
So we were at the boat ramp searching for potential evidence or potentially looking for this infant. As we were in the areas, officers discovered a small infant hat on the boat ramp dock. So we brought a drone and basically every resource that we had, right, to search along the riverbanks, hoping to locate this infant, but we did not.
You mentioned a drone. Who was piloting that drone?
I was.
And is that part of your duty to the real-time crime centers?
It is.
Drones?
Yes, sir.
What did you do during your search?
So we flew the entire riverbank up the Wolf River Inlet, checking along the banks where we couldn't get a boat or an officer to check.
Were you able to find anything?
No, sir.
Did you also search along the Mississippi Riverside?
We did. Yes, sir, I did.
Were you able to find anything there?
No.
You mentioned a hat, a baby's hat. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Where exactly do you remember that being located?
So it was on the boat ramp, on the concrete that would give you traction if you were launching a boat. So just a few feet from the water.
Aside from that boat ramp, did you guys find anything else there in the river?
No, sir.
Excuse me, the hat boat ramp.
No, sir, only the hat.
Stay with us with us.
May I have a moment? Lieutenant Stanley, you talked to the jury about the RTCC cameras and the LPR readers and things like that, are those two separate things?
They are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the job of an RTCC unit?
So we have various systems, usually just as technology advances, we add new systems, so we don't get rid of legacy systems until they fail. So we have some very simple systems that just record video, and very sophisticated systems that perform other missions. The license plate reader cameras that are on the A.W. Willis Bridge are they just capture individual plates, right? There's some newer versions that kind of do all-in-one feature, but that is not the hardware that's there.
Okay, so this, the car that you are tracking in this compilation video is a white car traveling that you believe to be the white car.
That's correct, ma'am.
And you believe it to be the same white car, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
But you do not have an LPR reader attached to that camera to verify.
That is correct.
So we do have a white car traveling through that area at these given times that we believe to be that car.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the LPR reader on the A.W. Willis Bridge, what time did it record the license plate?
So I looked at the docket a few minutes ago. I would have to look back to give you the exacts. I've looked at so many numbers, but it was within the time frame of the video, right?
And did it register a second time?
There were two reads on that night, yes, ma'am.
Okay, one going to, one coming back.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, you pulled looking for specific times, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when you were discussing with the state the fact that there were not many other cars on the street, you were looking at a very isolated time frame, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're looking from the time that we received the read. We're looking for the corresponding vehicle to associate it. We know that plate is registered to a white Malibu, so we're looking for a car that appears to be a white Malibu, which the video reflected a vehicle that appears to be a white Malibu.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the snippets are seconds long?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those seconds, you may not see other vehicles, but there may have been other vehicles on the street, right?
Yes, ma'am. There was not a lot of vehicle traffic, right? It's a residential neighborhood. It's the middle of the night, so there's just not a lot of vehicle traffic.
Okay. And you would agree with me it was dark during the time the videos were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I only have one other thing else. With the drone utilization, is that a common practice?
More so today. A few years ago, it was less common, but they're more in everyday policing now than they were before.
Okay. And this was investigating the area of both the Mississippi River and the Wolf River.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And that would have been done not during those nighttime hours.
Correct, that was daytime hours when we were out doing that.
Do you recall approximately what time you ran the drone?
I do not know, ma'am. I don't remember. We were just, hyper fixated on trying to find a baby, right? It was daytime hours. It was all hands on deck. Every resource the Memphis Police Department had.
Okay. But it would have been several hours after those videos were taken.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Any redirect from the state?
Lieutenant Stanley, earlier we were talking about the real-time crime cameras. There's quite a few on the island. Is there one at the boat ramp on the north end of the island?
There is. At the given moment, it was inoperable.
You say at the given moment, do you mean February 1st?
Correct,
2nd,
February 2nd, right? Those cameras are funded through grant, through FEMA Port Security, and we constantly upgrade them as they reach end of life. And in this situation, the camera right there, unfortunately, was inoperable on the February 1st.
But the other cameras along Island Drive, those were still working?
No, absolutely. That was the video that we watched a few minutes ago.
So that's what.
Very good. And because that one camera wasn't working, we weren't able to see what actually happened down there at the river, right? At the boat ramp?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done enough work today. And you have reservations. So, until you are asked to deliberate, you're not to discuss anything that you've learned today. Again, it's not these four walls, it's this big circle, okay? What you learned in the circle, keep in the circle until I send you back to deliberate, okay? Have a great rest of your evening, and I'll see you in the morning.
Jurors, excuse me, you know what's in the chair and watch your step when you step out.
Do we need to start a little later in the morning for our, that one non-early riser we have?
She's on.
Hey, I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Need to sleep in, you just let us know. All right, let's talk about it. 9 o'clock? Oh, I have a matter on the docket tomorrow. $9:30. It's an in custody situation that I'm working on. Okay. You're in charge of that. Adjourn.
All right. We'll be adjourned tomorrow morning. Like that's at 9:30 trial.
Thank you.
So are we on a sidebar, y'all?
Sidebar.
The respiratory therapist said sidebar. I do court TV and commentating on TV on courts, and I'm live.
Whoa,
You
cool.
come around, you can see. Yeah, so that way you don't have to jump in. Yeah, I normally do this in studio out of my home, but this is this man shot his wife in the head, took his 2-day-old baby and threw it in the Mississippi.
Oh my gosh, there's too many stories like that right now. I feel like.
And then we had a baby in Austin, if y'all didn't hear, we had a baby that was heard crying in a dumpster in an apartment complex, and it was a newborn, still wet with umbilical cord. And the baby's alive, they found the baby. Thank God.
Okay,
Thank God. So guys, we will be back tomorrow morning. I will most likely be here at least one more day. And then we hope to go back to Kerrville and start treatments and do what we have to do. So, but we thank you guys so much for joining us. Y'all are simply amazing. It's one thing I love about what I do. One thing I love about all of you is sometimes life happens and we have to take care of things. And I love being able to go remote. I have 2 fabulous mods that are running things behind the scenes, and all I want to say is thank you and I love you. But we'll be back live tomorrow for 2 different things, for this one and the Jose Soto-Escalera sentencing phase. We'll be back for that. Yes, I have no makeup on. Yes, I'm grubby, but I don't care. Such is life. So with that, everybody, miigwech, you have a fabulous day. We will see you again tomorrow morning. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.